And from Raymond James, where wealth management, banking, and capital market strategies start with connections between people. Raymond James, the power of personal. Disclosures at raymondjames.com. This is NPR.
Local issues, national headlines, and your perspectives. Join us for Boston Public Radio with Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Cornerstone at Canton. They offer seniors the privacy and independence of their own apartment and a community with care and support options to help meet needs now and as they age in place. CornerstoneCanton.com. Black holes are the most fascinating objects in the universe, with the power to destroy stars and planets. But what else do we know about them? Find out on Nova, Black Hole Universe, tomorrow at 9 on GBH2.
Massachusetts is alive with the World Cup. The games, the gatherings, the colors of dozens of nations filling our streets and neighborhoods. GBH News is there, capturing the energy and the stories that make this moment unlike any other.
We are astounded, we are beyond belief that we stood up against Spain.
Get all the latest at gbhnews.org/World Cup.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Braude, ahead on BPR and GBH and NEPM. Another fatal shooting by an ICE officer, this time in Maine, and another killing by ICE of a man who they say wasn't even their target. Why do we continue to tolerate deadly violence directed at our neighbors in places like Maine, Texas, Minnesota? Then Breaktime is a Boston nonprofit that works to end young adult homelessness. We'll check in with their CEO and a young person in the program, plus Sports Authority Trenni Casey on the World Cup semifinals.
I'm Marjorie Egan in the second hour at CNN's John King on national politics and defense attorney Rosemary Scapicchio on why she's calling for all criminal cases involving disgraced State Trooper Michael Proctor to be dismissed. Then, as another heat wave sets in today, are you wishing you were like America's ultra rich with their latest trend, snow rooms? How are you staying cool? Call or text next on the Wicked Hot edition of BPR, live from the Boston Public Library.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Nora Rahm. Supreme Court Justices Elena Kagan and Amy Coney Barrett are testifying before a House panel at this hour on the High Court's request for next year's budget. It includes millions more to beef up security. Judges around the country have seen an increase in threats of violence. Justice Kagan began her statement on another topic. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, who died unexpectedly over the weekend, recalling when she was confirmed.
One would not expect such a cross-party, if you will, vote, certainly from somebody from a deep red or deep blue state. And yet, Senator Graham voted for me.
Later today, on the Senate side of the Capitol, Graham's sister, Darlene Graham, will be sworn in to finish his term, which ends in January. Local and state leaders in Maine are demanding federal immigration authorities leave the state after a man was shot to death by agents yesterday in the city of Biddeford. Maine Public's Peter McGuire reports.
Maine House Speaker Ryan Fecteau, a Democrat who represents Biddeford, channeled the community's anger at the killing of a 26-year-old originally from Colombia.
This is my message to the federal government. Get out of our state. Get out of our city.
Governor Janet Mills called Immigration and Customs Enforcement reckless, saying, quote, "This has to end." In a statement, the Department of Homeland Security says the man was attempting to flee in a vehicle and, quote, "fearing for public safety, an officer discharged his weapon." The Office of Maine Senator Angus King says DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen indicated the man killed was not the target of the enforcement action. For NPR News, I'm Peter McGuire in Biddeford, Maine.
U.S. Central Command said in a statement that it completed a round of strikes targeting military installations in at least 6 Iranian cities yesterday. This was the third consecutive night the U.S. has attacked Iran. Iran has responded by targeting U.S. bases in the Gulf and Jordan. This comes as President Trump said The U.S. would reestablish a blockade on Iranian ships moving through the Strait of Hormuz. NPR's Adil El-Shalchi reports.
Iran responded to the U.S. strikes with its own attacks on Gulf countries on Tuesday. The Emirati Ministry of Defense said that 2 of its tankers were targeted by Iranian cruise missiles while transiting the shipping lane of the Strait of Hormuz's Omani waters. It said 1 person was killed. U.S. Central Command said that more than 50,000 U.S. service members are deployed across the Middle East, remaining, quote, vigilant, lethal, and ready. President Trump said on Monday that the U.S. will now be known as, quote, the guardian of the Hormuz Strait, and that while other countries will be able to move through the waterway, the U.S. would charge a 20% toll on cargo. Iran has vowed to keep control of the strait. Hadil Al-Shalchi, NPR News, Istanbul.
This is NPR News.
Good morning. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. Some local politicians and residents in Westfield, Mass. are ready to put the gloves on in order to stop a $4 billion data center from being built. The Globe reports that now that more information on data centers is out, activists around the country warn that the buildings, chock full of computers, could drain local water supplies, cause a big increase in electric rates, and create air pollution with exhaust from backup generators. However, the problem in Westfield is that 5 years ago, the city council not only green-lighted the project by a vote of 9-3, it even provided millions of dollars in property tax breaks to Service Star Realties, the company behind the data center. One former city council member says that she will tie herself to a bulldozer if she has to if they get ready to put a shovel in the ground. A judge has denied Lindsay Clancy's request to have other women testify about their experiences with postpartum mental illness during her upcoming trial. Clancy's accused of murdering her 3 children while suffering from the mental health condition in 2023. Her trial is set to begin next week. And as high heat descends upon the region, around 50 beaches across the Bay State are closed due to harmful levels of bacteria. And if you are headed to the World Cup watch party on City Hall Plaza and or going to the tall ships, do stay hydrated today. Temperatures will be in the triple digits. Major League Baseball All-Star Game is tonight on Fox at 8 o'clock. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Bayer, who believes science is the relentless process of asking questions, testing, and trying again, even when it's not easy. Learn more at ScienceDelivers.com. This is NPR.
He's Jim Browdy. I am Marjorie Egan. You're listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library. Thank you, and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're going to be back here tomorrow. We're speaking with a high-ranking official, the Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations, about what is going on in Ukraine with the war there. And we're going to be joined by the Attorney General of the Commonwealth, August 11th, here at the Boston Public Library, as well as Representative Steve Lynch of South Boston, who is running for re-election. Good morning, Jim.
Hey there, Marjorie. So in Maine, as you know, and as you just heard, protests have emerged, local protests, in the wake of yet another ICE killing. A 26-year-old Colombian man who was authorized to work in Maine was shot and killed yesterday near his home in Biddeford. The Department of Homeland Security says the agent acted out of concern for, quote, public safety when he fatally shot, my apologies if I butcher this name, Joan Sebastian Guerrero, the man's neighbor told CNN. And the second ICE involved killing in less than a week in Houston, again, apologies, Lorenzo Salgado Araujo was shot and killed after agents pulled his car over. The man was an undocumented Mexican national, but who had been living here with no criminal record in the country for decades. He was on his way to work. In both shootings, federal agents say they acted in self-defense, that both men, you can say it along with me, weaponized their vehicles, a refrain we've heard before in the killing of Renee Good in Minneapolis. Neither of these men, neither the Colombian man or the Mexican man, were the intended target of the ICE operation, we learned later. We want to know how you're responding to yet another killing, a neighbor at the hands of a federal agent in our name at 877-301-8970. And I don't know if I'm being fair, because I've had this kind of refrain in the past. It seems to me that this is yet another tepid reaction by all but the locals, just like it was in Minnesota where the locals were great, just like it is in Houston where the locals are great, and now in Biddeford and surrounding communities. But beyond that, it seems to me we accept this, maybe not willingly, but we seem to accept it as sort of the cost of doing business in the time of Donald Trump. The number is 877-301-8970. Weaponize their vehicle. We've heard that every single time.
Yeah, well, I think at this point they've told so many lies. I would like to see the proof of that before I believe it. I don't believe it.
How about the fact that neither of these guys who were killed in last week were even targets of the operation to begin with? And they're so careless and give such little concern for the life of people who are not like them, that it's okay to extinguish these lives. It's just unbelievable.
And the other thing is, when police come across a person and they flee from the scene for whatever reason, unless it's a really disastrous situation, like someone who's got a young child and they're afraid, they don't shoot them.
You let them go.
You let them go and get their license plates, and you pick them up later. I mean, you read this story about these Latino teenagers that are now like in a total panic.
In Houston, you're talking about.
I'm sure all across the country. Thinking they're going to be driving down to, go get a cheeseburger, or they're going to their job or something, and they're going to be pulled over and they're the wrong person. This is going to happen
Wouldn't
to
you
them.
think that?
And the details of this, yes, and the details of this are really gruesome. How they left this young man's body on the street for a long time after he was shot. How the blood is still there. Somebody wrote, "This is
Houston
blood."
We're talking about. Or is this
no,
Biddeford
this
you're talking about?
This is Biddeford.
Oh, okay.
That he was a food delivery person. Apparently there's some question about there being a young child. I don't know if that's been confirmed. He is a father, and his partner was heard in the house, saying, mi amore, my love, when this happened. The neighbors are looking out the window and seeing this young man that they knew bleeding to death, basically on the street in front of them after being shot. Four bullets through the windshield of the car.
Do you think I'm being unfair saying this, that it's our reaction to this? I mean, on day one, most decent people show concern. And then unless you're a local, we move on, don't we?
I don't think so. I think this is...
What's the evidence to the contrary?
Well, I think that I'm very upset. I'm not the only person who's very upset. People were very upset about what happened in Minnesota. People took to the street in Minnesota and made a big deal about this. I think the people in Maine will continue to make a big deal about this. And the people in Houston are making a big deal about this.
Most of us don't live in Houston, Minnesota, or Maine.
Are we going to take to the streets in Boston? I don't know.
I think we should. I don't know what the
problem with triple-digit heat today. We're probably not going to be out there marching.
Problem with these discussions is people understandably say, if you think we're not doing enough, Jim, I don't know what we should be doing. I believe we are not doing enough. These are two Americans killed for absolutely no reason. And by the way, there's one piece of good news. I didn't know this till this morning. On the same day that the man was killed in Biddeford, Maine, the feds finally released some of the evidence in the killings in Hennepin County in Minnesota to local authorities. So there is some chance they'll be charged. The reason they did that, because you and I were both saying, why would they do that, is the feds are actually going after one guy, this guy Christian Castro in Minnesota, who they're charging with filing a false report and assault. He shot but didn't kill a guy. And the locals had evidence in that case, and the trade was, you give us your evidence, you the locals, and we'll give you some evidence at least in the good and petty killing. So maybe there'll be prosecutions.
And I think on a political side, this is a problem for Susan Collins, because she voted to give so much money to ICE. They're like rolling in ICE and money. They're going to have money right to the end of President Trump's term. So I think politically this is not a good situation for her to explain why she thought they needed even more money when they're obviously a rogue agency and they don't answer anybody. And as millions of people, not millions of people, as many commentators have said, the local authorities should be investigating this, not Kash Patel's FBI.
877-301-8970. So what's your reaction? We still have, obviously, there's been no accountability in the good and petty killings, and now we have two killings in a week by ICE in Houston and Biddeford. I want to repeat one more time. These men were not the targets of the operation. So other than the deadly force that they used deadly force against people who they weren't even out looking for. They just sort of got in the way. They made a mistake. I don't know. We haven't, obviously, there's no investigation yet for us to look through. It's just unbelievable.
So what this basically means, if you look Hispanic or you're black or you look like you're from some other foreign country, you could be on your way to work and whoops.
Wasn't that what was Kavanaugh? Who wrote that opinion?
Oh, we just made
Who wrote
the
the
mistake.
opinion about California, saying you tolerate a little bit of racism if the color of your skin, where you meet. It was a Supreme Court opinion, it was a couple of last year sometime. Jamie, can you tell me what
you're talking about, that was Kavanaugh.
Kavanaugh,
it was
right.
a Kavanaugh stop.
Kavanaugh stop, right? Exactly. That's what
he's
it's called.
been ridiculed by that because what Kavanaugh said was, I'm paraphrasing, but no problem. You'll be questioned by the officers. They'll realize that you're.
Then you're just going your way.
Going your way. Well, obviously that's not what's happening. This is the 27th shooting we've had by ICE since I think of March 2025, and the 8th fatality. That's a lot.
Listen to some of these texts before we get to the calls. Anonymous texter: I'm angry at not only this administration, but at the fact that every corner of this country is not in the streets standing up against this regime. When will it end? How bad will it get before we wake up? Joanne in New Bedford. Why are we not outraged with 3 question marks? These guys shoot and ask questions later. I agree. Why aren't we all protesting? And Andrew in Westford. I'm disheartened, horrified. I think for the Houston incident, not having videotape didn't spread the story as far and as wide as Minneapolis, correct? No one has been charged still in the Good and Preddy killings. Local law enforcement, he says, is still banned. Actually, they're not banned as of yesterday. I don't think your average person is going to do anything. I don't know what the breaking point is going to be. Things will have to get even worse. I don't see how they do get even worse. But, Andrew, thanks for your text. 877-301-8970.
Here's Terry. He says, Susan Collins is very concerned over this killing. That's one of her standard lines. She's very concerned about situation A, and then she votes against situation A. That's kind of how it goes with Susan
And then
Collins.
doesn't regret her vote. Lauren in Boston, you've been very patient. You're first. Hi.
Hi, good morning, you guys.
You too.
We missed you yesterday.
Well, thank you.
But
Glad to be
hope
back.
you had a nice day off.
We did.
We did. Thank you.
So I'm quite confident that Jim will likely jump all over me on this, and maybe it's deserved.
I'll try not to.
Or maybe you both will. But that said, I am more than outraged every time one of these stories surface. And bear with me, there's the echo, that infamous echo.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. But as much as I'm more than upset, I am shockingly finding myself a bit resigned. Taking to the streets hasn't moved the needle, with the exception of Minnesota. I think people are just so taxed that they're, indulging in some fun in the summer to try to cope. And hoping that we make it to the midterms.
Well, we have to. By the way, I'm not going to jump all over you because I have some of that in me too. I like release from this as well. The problem is as good as the midterms may go, and good means to me limiting the power of this totally out of control autocrat. He's got 2 more years. He has 2. People forget this. He has 2.5 more years in the presidency. And even if he loses the ability to have Congress do things, Lauren, he'll continue to do things by executive order. And until courts restrain him, he'll get away with it. So we have a long road here. And I respect your opinion. I just wish all of us, including myself, were outraged enough to do more than just talk about it. Lauren, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. 877-301-8970.
Well, I also think there'll be another huge No Kings protest in the fall as well.
Well, you know how I feel about that.
I know.
That's great.
I know. But
it's
again,
great. And you know what the other side knows? They know is just stay busy, come up with some distraction for the day. That'll be over tomorrow, and then there'll be another one in 6 months. But Trump does something every 3 hours, every day.
But at these same protests, there are all these booths and people getting information, sign up to vote, join this group, give money to that group. It's not just protesting. There are all these lines of little huts with their little sign-up sheets. And I think that's important, too.
One thing we haven't talked about, I don't know if we were on vacation or whatever it was.
What?
I think we were out or maybe we weren't out, maybe it was over the weekend, Trump fired every member of the Federal Election Commission.
I know.
As part of his ongoing above board, I mean, he's not fooling anybody, effort to make sure that the midterm elections are rigged.
Yeah, and he fired all these people in Fulton County down in Georgia that had been overlooking elections before. I mean, that's the big fear, is that there's going to be terrible shenanigans involving the midterm elections, and he won't accept the findings. I mean, it does look like the Democrats are going to win, but you don't know if that's actually going to happen.
Did you read the New York Times thing yesterday? It was a New York Times piece. I don't mean to get distracted from this briefly, where I think 6 columnists or experts or something were asked about the midterms.
Yeah.
And I believe 6 out of 6, maybe 5 out of 6, say, well, they still believe the Democrats are going to take over the House because of some of the mid-decade redistricting and other things that Trump has done, that the margin will be much smaller. And if it's talking about the margin being much smaller, maybe the margin disappears. Maybe the Strait of Hormuz gets opened in August or September, and even if gas prices don't go down, they're smart enough to trumpet the fact that the Strait is open. Who knows? I mean, I don't think this is as much a given as I would like to think. Kate in Concord, hi.
Hi, constant listener, frequent caller, and
Thanks.
so grateful because you say everything that I want to say.
Whoa.
But I also wanted to mention to you about activism, because that is the only way I can manage my anxiety and terror these days.
Yeah.
And we had a standout over Route 2 last night, which was really great. There were only 3 of us, but we had 2 messages. One was fight for democracy. The other one was close ICE camps now. And it felt great. And in a couple of weeks, we're going to have join the resistance. And in terms of the current I'm sorry.
No, I think it's spectacular that you're doing. I think it's totally great. Keep going, Kate.
Well, in terms of the current moment, there's going to be a protest at the Plymouth Correctional Facility on the 25th from 2 to 3:30, and that's being run by UU Mass Action. I know that in Concord, New Hampshire, they're having an action around Biddeford today.
That's great.
And Indivisible is always picking up new things. So if people want to be tuned into what they can do, that's a really good source for it.
Kate, I would have joined you over Route 2 last night, but I was out to dinner, so I was too busy to... No, in all seriousness, it's great what you're doing. Keep doing it and keep calling. Thanks, Kate.
Brenda in Swampscott is mad at you, Jim.
Why?
Jim, every time you say we're doing nothing, you show how insulated you are in your studio. We are outraged even if we don't show up on your doorstep and tell you can't fix a situation like this instantly, though you seem to suggest we can. It's increasingly obvious you aren't trying to see us fighting. Your criticism of every person who's fighting in ways that do not meet your standard is insulting, divisive, and not helpful.
Well, Brenda, I hear you, and I just spoke to a woman from Concord, Kate, who was one of 3 people over Route 2, and it's great that she's doing it. And whatever you're doing, you didn't describe it, but I'm sure you are doing something, is great. Let's put it this way. I shouldn't demean those who are actually doing something. I am intending to demean those of us who are not doing something, which is the vast majority of us. So my apologies.
But you know, as I've mentioned before, I am recording Rachel Maddow's show every Monday night. She does extensive reporting on people that are standing up by the hundreds, not by the thousands, but they're in small towns often, against these immigration detention places that Trump wants. It's worked. He's had real trouble citing more of these detention centers where people in the towns don't want them. And the same thing is happening now with data centers. You know, people are taking to the streets in their own towns fighting against these data centers. So I think those kinds of protests in small ways do really matter. Kathleen Hull says, the average person can vote. Protesting is great. It raises awareness, but there should be an ad campaign focusing on ICE with pictures in every single state showing ICE and telling people to get out and vote in the midterms. Unchecked power is a dangerous thing no matter which side you're on. You know, there have been some billboards up in some of these states like Louisiana where the senators are from that could be voting on Todd Blanche as the Attorney General. With these
hearing is this week, by the way, on his confirmation. Yeah.
These huge hearings, billboards actually saying Todd Blanche screwed the Epstein victims. Well, that's a bad choice of words, Marjorie. He let the Epstein victims down, and all these and I think when people see those on the highway, they're reminded of that and put some pressure on the senators from those states to do the right thing.
CNN is just reporting that ICE is stopping most traffic stops, at least temporarily, or pausing them in the wake of the 2 killings in 1 week that apparently a lot of you think we're doing enough about.
Susan in New Hampshire, I don't think people think we're doing enough about them. I mean, I just, I think...
Yes, they do. We delude ourselves into thinking either there's nothing we can do or we're doing enough. And I'll tell you, if it was my neighbor, I mean, how would you feel if this Colombian man or this man in Houston was your neighbor or friend, or your kids went to school with him?
His neighbors have taken to the street.
Yeah.
His neighbors been out there protesting.
Well, we're his neighbor
and
too,
they had
Marjorie.
vigil. I know, but it's a little bit different when you're, hundreds and hundreds of miles away. Susan from New Hampshire, thank you.
Susan, before you go, I mean, we have a guy who I think you would agree attempted to overthrow the government of the United States on January 6th of a couple of years ago. You assert almost every day on the show is attempting to overthrow the election results 3 or 4 months from now. And you can't say that when you're talking about a guy who attempts to overthrow the government he heads, that our response is adequate. I'm sorry. It's not. It just is not. Susan in New Hampshire, hello.
Hi, you guys. So I believe that protests can be really effective, and a case in point is Merrimack, New Hampshire. There was an ICE detention center planned for Merrimack in an old warehouse. And in January, on a very snowy day, 1,000 protesters showed up at this little tiny town hall and yelled and screamed for 2 hours. And the detention center was not built. No, it was not. The next day, Kelly Ayotte withdrew the proposal.
That's great. That's great.
So I really believe protests can be effective. 1,000 people for a tiny New Hampshire town is pretty impressive.
It is pretty impressive. Thank you, and thanks for sharing that story. By the way, every single text is criticizing me. What do you want us to do? I don't know. The fact that I can't answer that question doesn't mean that I can't criticize what we're all, including myself, not doing. It's obviously clear we're not doing enough because look what's happening every single day. How much are you looking forward to the potpourri speech by Donald Trump on Thursday night?
Well, I just hope...
He's called it a potpourri.
I just hope that there's very careful fact-checking because he just lies about everything. He's talking about how he's going to take 20% of the ships going through, the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is running the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, he's not taking 20% of anything.
Who said last week that it was a violation of international law and that nobody can charge
Marco Rubio.
Marco Rubio, his own Secretary of State, said nobody can do that. Is he today said the President of the United States is incorrect?
No. So whatever he said, and he's really stuck in Iran. He is really stuck.
You think so?
And that means the rest of us are really stuck. Because it's going to take them, I know they're all building these alternative ways to get the oil out, but that's going to take at least a year, probably 2 years, if not more. So he's really got us in a real mess. And also, is again, so many commentators have said that know much more than I do, Vance and Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff have no idea how to negotiate with the Iranians. They don't have the experts that were there when Obama did it, and
Totally
it took
correct.
2 years for. So they keep getting taken and walked all over and over again.
Jane
in Concord, thank you for
1 minute,
calling.
Jane.
Hi, guys. I just wanted to agree with Marjorie's point about the funding of ICE.
Yeah.
It is excessive, and I think I heard that it's more than all the other law enforcement agencies combined.
Yeah,
that's
So
true.
you have these crews of people going around looking for someone who hasn't committed a crime. Meanwhile, there's all kinds of crime being neglected. And it's just another Trump boondoggle, basically.
Also, am I not right, Jane and Marjorie? Did the most recent funding of ICE, I could be wrong about this, is so long-term that it would cover the next administration? And unless there's a Democratic president and a Democratic House and a Senate to overturn that funding that they've funded so far into the future,
I don't know.
that they've insulated ICE from any reasonable, normal people inspired cuts. Jane, thanks for the call.
I know there's certainly more than enough to get through the rest of the Trump administration. And by the way, one of the things Maddo had on her show last night was footage of ICE agents beating a guy who was already on the ground. I think 3 ICE agents over and over and again punching a person who was on the ground. So it's going well.
We'll also talk to John King about this in about 20 minutes.
Horrible. Okay, coming up after this quick break, Connor Schoen of Breaktime, a local nonprofit that aims to end homelessness for young adults. He's going to join us as an associate working through the program. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. Listening to BPR, GBH, and NEPM live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, Paranormal Activity has been reactivated, this time on stage. Playwright Levi Holloway transforms the hit horror film's slow-building dread into a live theatrical experience, where darkness, sound, and illusion all do the haunting. As it opens at the Emerson Colonial Theatre pre-Broadway, Holloway joins us about the art of frightening an audience in real time. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And the Massachusetts Educational Financing Authority, committed to simplifying college planning for families over 45 years with trusted guidance, interactive tools, step-by-step videos, and more. MEFA.org. And Commonwealth Shakespeare Company, presenting A Midsummer Night's Dream. This summer's free Shakespeare on the Boston Common. Shakespeare's classic comedy is transported to a neon-lit festival escape, July 22nd through August 9th. comshakes.org.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, live from the library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're back here tomorrow. We will speak on Zoom with the UN's Assistant Secretary General and Humanitarian Coordinator for Ukraine. That's tomorrow. Breaktime is a nonprofit that helps young adults here in Boston break the cycle of homelessness by providing programming to build financial and housing stability. Breaktime has helped many young adults gain access to resources, materials, counseling, and last year they were able to buy a 5-story building at 63 Franklin Street for $6 million to serve as their hub and headquarters, a central place for services, training, and community. Joining us now at the library, Connor Schoen. He is the CEO and co-founder of Breaktime. Connor, it's great to see you again.
Thank you for having
me. Danny Lamage is a young associate participating in the program. Danny, it's great to have you too. And go to breaktime.org for more info. Welcome to you both.
Thank you so much for having us.
Okay, Connor, what are you now, 27?
27, turn 28 next month.
27, okay. This is quite a lot of accomplishment for someone who's 27 years old. How did this come about?
Well, it really all started when I was only 19. My co-founder, Tony Shu, and I were freshmen at Harvard, and we were volunteering at a youth shelter, working with 18 to 24-year-olds experiencing homelessness. We were that same age at that time, navigating that pivotal inflection point in your life where you're trying to figure out how to be an adult, what are you going to do with your life, what's your career going to be. And for young people who don't have stable housing, it's almost impossible to navigate that chapter. And working at that shelter brought us close to folks who really didn't have the support they needed to get into the workforce, build financial security, figure out a credit score, all these things that we need to do as an adult. And it really lit a fire under us to figure out how can we break this cycle of young adult homelessness and ensure every young person has access to the opportunities and support they need to reach their full potential.
Let's go back a little bit, though. The seed was not planted at Harvard. The seed was planted at Westboro, and I bring it up because it was through a program that is near and dear to our heart, Project 351, run by the great Carolyn Casey. Explain what Project 351 is and what it did for you there, Connor.
Yeah, so growing up in Westboro, I had the opportunity to represent my town as part of this statewide service initiative that takes one 8th grader from every city and town in Massachusetts and supports them in leading service projects in their hometown. And so when I was only 14 years old, my hair was very different back then. I had a bit of a bowl cut. Can't say style was my friend at that time. But I had a lot of passion, a lot of energy, and I was able to discover this field of nonprofit work. I mean, most young people and a lot of people in general don't know that you can have a career in the nonprofit sector. But I get to meet people like Carolyn Casey, Michael Brown, who co-founded City Year, and so many others who became role models and mentors for me. And so by the time I was in high school, I was telling everyone that I wanted to be a nonprofit executive director. So, you know, I had a really unique opportunity, very young, to get the bug for this work, and so excited and grateful for the support I got.
If you have a young kid in school, check out Project 351, started by Deval Patrick and Carolyn Casey. It is just spectacular, and Connor's just one of many who've gone on to do great work. Danny, how'd you get involved with Breaktime?
So actually, my partner was in this program, was at Breaktime, and I thought it was a really interesting opportunity. I feel like young adults don't typically get the opportunity to engage in different career services. We usually are meant to work from the ground up and kind of figure it out as we go along. I thought that Breaktime had a really unique experience ready available for me. I wanted to go into social work. I had already done many things before, so this was kind of where my new path was leading.
Were you experiencing homelessness at the time?
Yes.
How'd that happen, if you don't mind my asking?
For sure. I come from a Caribbean religious background, and I can kind of have some differences when it comes to some of the ideologies, some of the standpoints and beliefs. And with that, it caused a little bit of friction between me and my family members, me and my mother, and we had to separate for better reasons. So
How old were you when you had to separate for better reasons?
This was like 19 or 20. When you're young and you're a teenager, you already know kind of what the next years may look like and if you're going to remain in contact or not. But that was kind of just the choice I decided to make for myself.
And what did Breaktime do for you?
They gave me more options and more clarity.
Like what?
So for me, it was, I don't have an education in social work, but the stigma is that you need an education to get anywhere in social work. I wanted to work into the nitty and gritty and work with people's individual experiences, and I feel like that's something I wasn't able to do with the other jobs and career fields I was in, like early education, childcare, teaching, stuff like that.
So Connor, why are the people that you see homeless? Is there like a general kind of pattern with young people?
Yeah, well, young adult homelessness is a hidden issue. Not a lot of people know about it. You know, we think of chronic homelessness, we think of street homelessness, the most visible examples. But so many young people, particularly in today's economy, are struggling with couch surfing, being doubled up, living in the home of an elderly relative who might pass away and they might lose that lease, being in an environment that's unsafe for them. And so we know so many young people who are working, who are in school, but who don't have a stable and consistent place to go back to. And what we find is this issue is often underreported and not talked about because it's not visible, because many young people are not living on the street or in tents.
So it's like Danny said, where there was some kind of conflict in the home that made, or just an unstable home, or
getting kicked out of the home after coming out. That's one of the reasons I got so engaged with Breaktime in my own process of coming out and learning, having the support I had from my family and the love I had for my family. That was such a privilege. Many young people don't have that. They get kicked out.
Because they're LGBTQ.
Because they're LGBTQ plus. Young people transitioning out of foster care. We have a huge problem in our state with that. Folks who've never had a stable family, who are now entering adulthood and who aren't set up for success. Imagine trying to rent your own apartment in Boston at 18, affording $2,000, $3,000 a month.
Talk about that for a minute, because thousands of kids are in foster care, and then they're done when they're 18, right? So they're supposed to do what at 18 when they get no more support from the state?
There are some ongoing services that you have to opt into that do help. Some folks, though, have had such a traumatic experience with the whole system that they don't opt in to continue to get services because it's really failed them. And so they're alone at 18. They don't have community, they don't have support, they don't have family. And so at Breaktime, we really want to create that community, that support, and also create the opportunities that ultimately help young people achieve economic mobility, live on their own, live independently, and then live their dreams like every young person deserves, do the careers of their dreams.
All those things, I know you have stages of things there. Explain concretely, not with the words that describe them, but actually, what do you do for a person who comes in who needs almost everything and embrace in every sort of way? What do you do with them?
Yeah, so your first step at Breaktime is coming into our resource hub, which is our drop-in space. That's where we get to know you. You get access to laundry, clothing, hygiene products, makeup products, and other essentials, get you grounded, get you stabilized. And then you enter our 3-stage economic mobility program. It starts with 3 weeks of paid job training that's really focused on the soft skills that we all need to succeed on the job: professionalism, communication.
How to show up on time.
How to show up on time.
Yeah.
And then you enter a 3-month paid job or educational placement. So Danny is currently in that stage of the program. And her placement's actually at Breaktime, supporting our resource hub, our drop-in space. But those placements could be in early education, healthcare, or we actually can pay young people to finish their high school degree, get a phlebotomy certificate at Bunker Hill Community College. So we pay young people for 3 months to take that next step in their career. And then we provide 3 years of long-term financial support and case management. So it's 3 weeks of training, 3-month placement, and 3 years of long-term support.
So Danny, tell us your story. What did you learn?
I learned a lot. I think that, so currently I'm actually in the liftoff placement, so that's the second portion.
Yeah.
This wasn't an opportunity that I thought I'd actually have readily available. So things like retail, working in food, that was kind of what the thought process was when I was entering. So soft skills, kind of just jump into any job. But once I found out there was an opportunity to actually be more career focused, I jumped on it. I'm a person of intentionality, and for me, I've already dived into other fields, thinking and hoping I can help people and create an impact that will help them in their direct lives. But that's something I was unable to do. And in social work, I feel like that's something I'm able to do now every day at the resource hub.
But there are other, is the typical, I know there's no typical anything, so it's a stupid question to begin with, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Does the typical 19-year-old who's experiencing what you do, is there a willingness to go and ask for help, or is there a stigma that's attached to homelessness where people don't even want to admit to others that they're suffering through what they're suffering through? You know what I mean?
I think it's honestly both. I think it'll go by young adult to young adult.
Sure.
My personal experience was that I more so needed the resources, but I had the drive and everything I needed. But sometimes you don't have a parent to push you through to learn what consistency looks like growing up. So maybe you'll need help in a little bit of a different area. Maybe you need more support, emotional management in those cases. And I feel like Breaktime meets you where you're at.
Breaktime.org again to get more information.
And how about where do people sleep? If they're there at the place on Franklin Street or someplace else?
No, we don't have a shelter at Franklin Street. What we have is really a one-stop shop of other resources young people can access. But in terms of where folks are accessing housing, we have a wide variety of partners who provide shelter, transitional or short-term housing, and other opportunities, vouchers. And so really what Breaktime does is, we partner with housing organizations that are experts in the housing piece, and we help young people with the job piece, the financial piece, helping them get a credit score, build savings, ultimately achieving economic mobility and getting the savings and stability they need to secure their own housing for the long term.
We're talking to Connor Schoen, who's the founder and executive director of Breaktime, and Danny Lamage is an associate. Is that what it's called now at Breaktime as well?
Danny, there are a lot of programs for older people, and homelessness. I mean, we talk all the time to people down at the Pine Street Inn and healthcare for the homeless at Jim McDonald, O'Connell, and all that kind of stuff. But it's different if you're 18 or 19, I think, finding yourself in these straits. So talk about that.
I think it was something that was difficult, but also smooth at the same time. I think it's difficult in terms of who do I ask questions to, who do I receive the help from, but it was smooth in terms of being a person of intentionality.
Yeah.
So I know what I don't have, therefore I know what I need to ask for. I feel that that's actually something a lot of young adults need for where they're at and the struggles that we're dealing with. We do need to open up our mouths more. That phrase, that closed mouths don't get fed, it really is true. And
that's
I
a good
live by
one.
that daily.
Okay, so Connor, we held off this long time. Margie and I were talking this morning about you, and we talked actually after we met you like a month or so ago at an event, and we're saying our kids, when they were your age, couldn't figure out how to rent an apartment. And you, not that long ago, bought raised enough money to buy a $6 million building downtown. How did you pull that off?
Well, I've just had the most incredible family support, community support, mentorship, education since I was a kid. I think my story represents what every single young person deserves, which is a strong group of people that believe in them, that invest in them, that take time to support them in achieving their dreams. And I've had that since an incredibly young age.
This is another guy who doesn't take credit for anything. Okay, let's get back to you for a second.
Okay.
You raised $6 million bucks,
and
right?
You apparently get into like the people that run Moderna, the billionaire people, all these really wealthy people. I mean, so did somebody say, somebody that knows them say, I know this kid Connor, why don't you talk to him? Or how did you manage that?
Yeah, so we have the most incredible donors, and I did not know any of them before starting Breaktime. But I came to them with a vision and a passion, and they were kind enough and thoughtful enough to believe in me, even when I had not that much to show.
But how'd you do it? Did you call up the secretary and say, I want to talk about $1 million donation?
What I always tell people that are trying to start something is just talk to everyone, because you never know who knows who.
Okay.
And so Project 351 gave me a really strong network to start with, nonprofit leaders, social entrepreneurs, folks that had raised hundreds of millions of dollars. And through those people, I began to meet donors. I began to meet other people, and the network spread. And so over many, many years, you get to meet some of the folks with the most resources and influence. But it took a long time. It took 9 years to build that kind of network, and it was because people believed in me, as they should with every young person.
Connor, a couple of quick things. We have talked a lot about the Medicaid cuts, obviously the $1 trillion over 10 years under Trump, and that's being visited on states like Massachusetts big time, including cuts in programs, health care for the homeless. How are you filling that hole in addition to all the other ones you're dealing with?
Yeah, I mean, we see it every day. The number of young people we've served has over doubled in the last year. We're working with, we estimate, probably 500 plus young people this year compared to 200 in 2024. And so we see the demand for services growing. And one thing we're doing with Boston Healthcare for the Homeless program specifically is they have a space within our building where they provide medical services and therapy services. Once a week, and that's kind of a pilot that we're going to expand over time.
And what are your future plans beyond the incredible work you're doing already?
Yeah, so we have space in the building that we're looking to rent to mission-aligned partners who do some of the things we don't do to really create this one-stop shop hub. And so we're in conversation with a number of partners right now to see who would be best for that space. And I'm excited to bring that vision to life. But at the end of the day, I think people like Danny really represent what our future is all about. And the success of Danny and the other associates we work with is really what Breaktime thinks about our future success.
We only have 30 seconds. I know people can donate by going to breaktime.org. Can they volunteer? Can people volunteer?
Yes, they can volunteer and find info through our website. They can donate clothing, professional clothing for our young people. They can hire one of our associates if you're an employer and you have jobs. Come talk to us. And all that info is on our website, and we really, really hope that folks can get engaged and support young people in their community.
Congratulations to both of you. It's an incredible piece of work.
Yeah,
Thanks
thank you very much for coming in. And
Danny,
congratulations to you both.
Connor, good to see you.
We've been speaking with Connor Schoen, the CEO and co-founder of Breaktime, and Danny Lamage, a young associate participating in the program. Again, breaktime.org is the website, breaktime.org. Thank you again both for coming in. Coming up, we're going to speak with our sports authority, Trenni Casey, the latest on the World Cup. And Jim is really into the home run derby. You're going to hear all about that, too. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. You're listening to BPR, GBH, and NEPM live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
Years ago, Massachusetts ignited the American Revolution. You know the heroes, the legends, but there are still new stories to tell.
Lots of people have read The Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. This is an opportunity to tell the story as we understand it to be true.
Discover our series From Colony to Commonwealth at gbh.org/America250.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Modern Pest Services, providing integrated pest management for Boston homes and businesses. Modern Pest uses a prevention-first approach to seasonal pests to help target the source of the problem. Learn more at modernpest.com. And Maine Maritime Museum, offering oyster-tasting cruises throughout the summer. Visitors can learn about aquaculture from Maine's oyster farmers and experience freshly shucked oysters. MaineMaritimeMuseum.org.
To BPR and GBH and NEPM, Marjorie Egan and Jim Brody with Live at the Library. Streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're back at the library tomorrow. Among our guests will be the UN's Assistant Secretary General and Humanitarian Coordinator for Ukraine. We're joined now on Zoom by NBC Sports Boston anchor and reporter Trenni Casey and a BPR contributor. Hey, Trenni.
Hi, guys. How are you?
We're good.
We're very good. So it's kind of neat. I didn't realize this until reading the stories in preparation for talking to you, but the 4 best teams, France and Spain today, and Argentina and England Wednesday, they're all in the finals, which is unusual, or semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, usually I think in these big competitions, you get sort of like that Cinderella team, which Norway would have been. It had maybe one of England's balls not hit an errant cable hanging and maybe bounced England's way. That was a controversial end to the tournament. But listen, I mean, it was pretty amazing how anyone who had a top tier player this time around made it far, right? And like someone who plays in the Premier League or who has been a longtime star, just a longtime star in soccer. Not that you can just have one of those, but if you have one, it proved just how far you can go, which for me was sort of interesting because I guess I've always thought of soccer as more of a team sport than some others. But, you've got Messi. There's the really young kid who just turned 19 for Spain, who could end up being one of the best all time. We, of course, all fell in love with Erling Haaland from Norway. You've got Harry Kane on England and also Jude Bellingham, who scored the 2 goals. And then obviously you have Lionel Messi for Argentina and Mbappe for France. So it's the stars.
Have you seen the photograph of the Spanish kid as a baby? A picture with him and Messi?
Oh, yeah, with him and Messi? Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about, I think it was with you, correct me if I'm wrong, last week, Trenni. We were talking about, post-World Cup is soccer, the same discussion we have every bunch of years after the Olympics, going to catch on. I came up with an idea that probably isn't that brilliant, but I'm going to say it anyway. The first attempt to this was when Pele came to the United States, and for a brief period of time, stadiums were full, but then it dissipated. Why don't major MLS teams in the United States buy Bellingham, Haaland, Mbappe, Messi's already playing for Florida, and the Spanish kid, maybe. I don't know his name. My apologies. I don't mean to be disrespectful.
Yeah, I know.
And essentially, we have all the major, most recognizable stars, or at least some of them, from these teams. And people, it seems to me, people will keep paying attention if the names they recognize and the faces they recognize are here. Why are you frowning at me?
Well, I'm not frowning. I don't think it's a bad idea, but what's to say that those players, one, that they can pay them enough? You get paid a boatload of money to play in Europe. It's a much higher level of soccer. Yeah. It's a better brand of soccer. Many of these guys are also European born and bred, so you're closer to home. And so I think there's a lot of factors. Like I'm sure MLS, like if you think about it, most of the players who have come over from the European leagues, whether it be the Premier League or La Liga or the Parisian League, to play in MLS are at the end of their career. Like Messi, even though he's been playing like he's at the end of his career. He's 38 years old. When David Beckham finally came over here, he was at the end of his career. Like it's not the MLS is not a destination. And I don't know how they change that. I mean, I think it's going to take it's already been 20 plus years that they have been in existence, but I think they're still considered a second tier league to all of those European leagues.
Have you ever been to a major match in a European or a South American country or no?
No, and
Well,
I
I can't
really
even-
want to.
I can't even imagine.
It's like on my bucket list.
Yeah, me too. So
Yeah.
I'm sort of embarrassed to admit the following, but since Marjorie will out me, I usually am asleep by about 8:20. I was actually out till 10 o'clock last night, so it was a wild night for me. I get home, and I'm listening on the radio in the car, and I hear the Home Run Derby is on, so I figure I'll watch for 2 minutes. That was one of the most exciting hours of, this is, for those who don't know, the night
explain
before
it.
the All-Star
Yeah.
game, I think it's 8 players are selected, including Contreras from the Red Sox, who was pretty good last night.
Wilson Contreras.
Yeah, and they essentially try to hit as many home runs as they can with a limited number of pitches. And the final came down to a guy who used to play for the Red Sox, Schwarber. He's now with my hometown team, the Philadelphia Phillies. And this guy I had never heard of before, Jordan Walker, who Schwarber hits, and you don't need to know much about baseball. He gets 15 pitches. He hits 11 home runs out of 15 pitches. This Jordan Walker guy is obviously going to lose because the only way he can win is to hit a home run on 6 pitches in a row. And he does it. The last 6 pitches that he faces, he hits way out of the ballpark. And the place, again, the hometown loser, second place guy, goes nuts. Did you see this thing at all? Oh, we lost Trenni.
So I, like you, Jim, go to bed early. I did not see the end of it.
Unbelievable.
I saw like a little bit of the beginning. Honestly, I'm so turned off by the way that Netflix covers sports.
Well, that's I
like
agree.
we are having right now, how we're having some technical difficulties. Like I think their mics cut out. Their announcers were terrible. Who decided Albert Pujols and Barry Bonds should be on the home run derby? Like, did anyone watch interviews with them in the 1990s and 2000s? They are so dry and so boring. And then you've got, like, I know old school was like old school and everybody liked the movie back then, but Luke Wilson and Will Ferrell together talking over one another. Like, it was hard for me to get into the baseball because I was so wrapped up in how bad the production quality was. With that said, the new format of 20 pitches in the first round, you see 20 balls in the first round, 15 in the second, and then 15 in the finals. That to me is much better than like a clock where you're just like trying to knock them out as fast as you can. Like I feel like you sort of can't actually like sit on a good pitch and you don't get the full reaction. So that part, the format was much better.
I can't believe
still
this is the
better
first
than
time I've been
anything any other
positive on this show in weeks. And she totally cuts my legs out. I'm telling you, if you watch the last 20 minutes, which I'm sure is all over, well,
I'll go back and watch
on the internet, it was a show of athletic brilliance by these two guys, a Philly and a St. Louis Cardinal.
Yep.
And you know what's beautiful after it, and then I'll shut up, is it's clear the guy who won is going to lose because, again, he's got to hit 6 home runs in a row.
Yeah.
And the camera, the full time, is on his mother, his father, his sister, and maybe his girlfriend, I'm not sure. And as beautiful as the interviews were after with this young player, this Jordan Walker, 10 times better were the interviews with his father and his mother and his grandmother. It was just this beautiful thing where you see a family and you usually just associate superstars and $300 million contracts. It was a beautiful thing, and despite all the problems, and you're right about all of them, it was a great kind of event. We're talking to
I'll go
Trenni
back
Casey.
and watch
Good.
it.
Let me know. Let me know.
So our buddy Shirley Young and John Chester of Peace in the Globe talking about how there could possibly be a slots parlor at Suffolk Downs.
Okay, so it's not technically a slots parlor, Marjorie. I had to really deep dive this. I got like the initial story that you guys sent me about these historic horse racing machines, like HHRs. And I'm like, what the heck is this? Like, can't you just look up what happened and then you can bet correctly? But it's not. It's like a blind bet, and you kind of get some statistics on these horses that are pulled from the archives. And then you basically, I don't know if you pull a slot, if you hit a button, but it kind of operates like a slot machine. But it is a way that many states circumvent slot machine rules and laws in their state. So now it's they're trying to do that here in Massachusetts. But the problem with it, and I thought Shirley's like just little, she just had like one little paragraph at the bottom of the column where she said it just feels wrong because they're doing it in the summer budget session. They're trying to slip it in with maybe some of this developer's friends and get it into the economic policy so that it slips through the cracks. But what it's really doing is giving Suffolk Downs an opportunity to have, for all intents and purposes, slot machines when the casinos can't have them. So I would be surprised if this gets passed, but I don't know.
You know, for those who are not reading this great newsletter, Marjorie mentioned the Chesto and Shirley. It's called Power Play. You subscribe. It's free. Do you have to be a Globe subscriber? I don't even know.
I don't know.
Well, whatever. You should subscribe anyway. But in any case, what they do after the main story written by one of them and then the other person responds is they have little nuggets. And the nugget following it I found really interesting, which I knew nothing about, that the legislature, and apparently the governor is happy with it, have created the Sports and Entertainment Fund with a tax on some sort of gambling that will raise, they're guessing, roughly $8 million a year for this, I don't know if it's called a commission, but a Sports and Entertainment Fund, basically to try to lure, after the success of the World Cup, and I don't know if they consider tall ships to be an athletic event, whatever. And it was so successful for the city, and according to economic data, no city did better off the World Cup economically than Boston did, to try to lure future events. And I hope it doesn't reach, Boston 2024 Olympic proportions. But it seems that Boston and Massachusetts were really emboldened, I think understandably, by how well the World Cup did in this community. And they're going to go bid for more, all-star games, those kind of things.
I think they should.
I do too.
I understand not wanting to take on an Olympics because that's the behemoth. It's like it completely basically shuts down a city. But could you imagine? I could never understand why we rejected an F1 race. That's one weekend through the seaport. You're getting it. Millions of people, tons of Europeans are going to come here and spend boatloads of money.
Oh, that's
F1
right.
fans tend to be, I think, in a higher socioeconomic demographic. So they're going to come here and spend money and go to nice restaurants and shop in our stores and go to our small businesses. I hope the 3 a.m. bar time stays. I hope that we are emboldened to have the T run later. I would love to see a Major League Baseball All-Star game. It hasn't been here since 1999. And I don't think the NBA All-Star game has been here even longer. I don't know the last time we had the NBA All-Star game. The problem with that is it's cold in here in February, and I think football or basketball players prefer to go somewhere warm. But they should be trying to, if this is truly a world-class city, we should be trying to bring big events here and showing the world. And also, I know there's some pushback on this, but I do think it does improve some things for residents, that they see that something works that maybe we rejected before, but you can see that's doable on a large scale.
By the way, I'm reading on Reddit as you're speaking, because this is under Marty Walsh. I couldn't remember why the F1 through the streets of the seaport was killed. According to Reddit, the project faced intense backlash from local residents regarding traffic, environmental flood zone mapping, and lack of transparency, which that part is believable over public funding. We're talking to Trenni Casey.
You know what it really was, Jim? It was really just traffic. Like, people here get all worked up over traffic patterns and stuff. But I don't know. I feel like we somehow got through this summer. If we can get through this summer, I think we can get through a lot.
That's an optimistic point of view on traffic.
See, I can be optimistic about things too, Jim.
Now, here's a question. I know you talk about your nieces, nephews, whatever they are. I can't remember what gender they are.
I have one of each.
One of each. How would you feel about a menu that featured veggie sushi and spirulina fruit roll-ups as their primary nutrition? Would you think that would be?
My nephew would never eat. My nephew still only eats. He's 11 and he eats like chicken fingers, cheese pizza, plain hamburgers, blueberries, raspberries, and yogurt.
I think he's my child, actually.
Sorbet.
Blueberries, raspberries, and yogurt is pretty good.
We learned that Alan Campbell, who was the celebrity in-house chef for Tom Brady, who described Tom Brady's diet, none of which was surprising to me. The children's menu when Brady and, what was her name? Giselle Bundchen were together was veggie sushi and spirulina fruit roll-ups, whatever they are.
So what I thought was funny is in this story, it was like, but the chef went crazy for the kids. And I was like, this isn't crazy. Like, chicken nuggets are crazy for the kids. Giving them veggie sushi and spirulina fruit roll-ups, like, barf, those poor kids. I will say this, guys. So I have it in good authority that one Thomas Edward Patrick Brady participated in a golf scramble at a local golf course recently and was chugging beers.
Wow.
So I think he's relaxed a little bit post-playing career.
Well, can I tell you something?
I was so pleasantly surprised. Marjorie, you have no idea. I was like, oh my God, he's normal.
Well, he's normal to a degree. I mean, he's obviously abnormal because he's the greatest football player ever lived. Yeah. I'm watching this video. I think it was Boston.com with the thing about the menu for Brady, Bunchen, and the kids. He really looks like he's had a head transplant. I mean, I know. You almost can't. I mean, if you put him next to his former self, it would take a second to realize that it was the same human being, which sort of.
I could spend hours talking about the stuff people are doing to their faces.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
Marjorie and I have
Brady
a little bit of a dispute about that.
Well, because it's women. I mean, most women past 50 can't really function in the business world.
When have I ever criticized an older woman?
I don't know.
Are you kidding?
I think
talk about
Nancy Pelosi. You criticized her all the time.
You are out of your mind.
Every time
I never did that.
Every time she was on TV, you say, "Look at that, Nancy."
I did not. By the way, this is how I get in trouble. I never, ever said that.
Okay. All right. So Jim only says men have had head transplants.
What's the name of that woman, Renee, who had a head transplant too? Renee Zellweger.
Zellweger.
How do you feel about that, Marjorie?
Well, I wonder why they go crazy. In Hollywood, you could think they could afford, to be more subtle than they are. But
or how about being who they are? How about that one?
Well, it's very sexist, Jim, which you wouldn't know being.
How about Tom Brady? Is that sexist?
Women cannot age. Men
how about Brady?
Well, I don't know what's going on with Brady.
Marjorie, I'm going to push back on that. Women can age if they choose to. Women choose not to. No one has to do what the patriarchy.
Yeah, okay.
You yell at her too.
Trenni, you come back to me when you're 55, and we'll have a conversation.
Ooh, Marjorie's on fire here.
5.5 years from now, and I've got nothing done on my face yet, and I'm not going to do it now because you challenged me.
Okay.
Goodbye. We'll continue this soon.
Speaking with Trenni Casey, anchor and reporter for NBC Sports Boston, the PPR contributor. Yeah, because I think it's a lot of sexism. You don't see old women on TV.
Tom Brady a woman?
No, but Nancy Pelosi.
By the way. This is really horrible. I'm going to be walking down the street and people are going to be saying, "Oh, you're trashing Nancy Pelosi, a-hole."
Not lately because she's not there anymore.
Oh
anyway,
God.
Coming up next, we're going to be talking to John King. He's next on Boston Public Radio.
NPR Plus podcasts, like the Sunday Puzzle podcast, and enjoy exclusive perks like early access and bonus episodes from some of your favorite shows. Learn more at gbh.org/NPR Plus.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Mass General Brigham Health Plan, providing coverage plans for individuals, families, employers, and retirees with benefits that help you live in your moment. More at massgeneralbrighamhealthplan.org. And South Coast Artists, presenting its 23rd annual Open Studio Tour July 18th and 19th in Tiverton and Little Compton, Rhode Island, and Dartmouth and Westport, Massachusetts. Tour brochure downloads available at southcoastartists.org.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
Welcome to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH. Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library. Thank you, and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Tomorrow, we're going to be back here. There is free air conditioning here at the Boston Public Library. It's a big deal. We're going to speak with the UN's Assistant Secretary General, Resident Humanitarian Coordinator in Ukraine. We're also going to be joined by the Attorney General on August 11th, as well as Congressman Stephen Lynch, who's running for re-election. He, of course, is from South Boston. The AG and the Congressman will both be at the Boston Public Library August 11th. Hello again, Jim.
By the way, I don't want to take much time. Marjorie apologized to me during the break for what I said about Nancy Pelosi.
No, I did not.
We're joined now on Zoom. Excuse me, I'm speaking. We're joined now on Zoom by CNN's chief national correspondent, John King, host of the great reporting project, particularly right now, All Over the Map, which last week brought him to Maine. Hello, John King. How are you?
I'm doing great. I was in Michigan also after Maine, and I feel like here I'm in another Democratic primary. Which one of you is the insurgent and which one of you is the
Yeah. Would you care to comment on that, Jim?
I think we're both tired incumbents is what we are there, John King.
Okay. So, John, we were talking with our listeners about this latest ICE killing up in Maine and asking if it has an impact. You have more of a national view than we do.
Plus, he was just in Maine.
And you were just in Maine. Yeah, well, people are very upset in Maine. But what is the political impact of this? I mean, this is the second fatal killing in a week. I think the 27th shooting, at least since 2025.
It's a great question. I also I'm filling in for Anderson Cooper this week, and I spoke with Senator Angus King of Maine last night about this.
Yeah, we saw it.
And he's asking more questions. And he gave some credit to the new DHS Secretary, Mark Wayne Mullen. He's not happy with the information flow, but he did say Mark Wayne Mullen, at least unlike the Kristi Noem administration, tried to be getting them new information. Before I get to the politics, one important policy thing today, DHS did say it is trying to put a pause on almost all of these traffic stops. Yeah. Essentially saying that, after Houston and now Maine, obviously Minneapolis before that and some other places, let's just step back from these confrontations a little bit. So hopefully there's a little bit of the volume going down and a calming going down, at least in the tactics that have led to these tragedies. The politics, Marjorie, is really interesting. I was just in Michigan, as I said. Abdul al-Sayed is the insurgent candidate there out of the Bernie Sanders wing of the party. And he is among the Democrats who are back saying we have to abolish ICE. I want to be clear and I want to be fair to him. He also says we do need an agency for border security. But he says abolish ICE and then start over again, build a new agency. Remember, that's been dangerous territory for the Democrats in past elections to talk about this, because there's been anger at ICE, but then people also have their memories of sort of open borders, what they perceive to be the flood of immigrants. Sometimes there were a flood of undocumented immigrants across the border. So Democrats are emboldened to say, because this is Donald Trump, we can take on this agency. I do think beyond the specifics of this issue, and I don't want to minimize the horrible tragedy here, we've talked about this before. In the 2018 midterms, what turned on Donald Trump, and then again in 2020 during the pandemic, was the competence question.
Yeah.
Do his people know what they're doing? Agency to agency to agency. And I think that this factors into that too, that there are a lot of voters out there who want tougher border policies, who want a strict immigration policy, who do not want undocumented criminals living in their community. But most of those voters also would like a solution, and a more humane solution, for undocumented people who've been living in their community for 10, 15, and 20 years and are doing hard work every day.
Well, you know what I think underlies my confidence in the administration? Well, so many things do, but when they keep talking about, we've got the murderers, we've got the rapists, and I wonder why I don't see more information about the murderers and the rapists, and the people that I see getting stopped and killed are people that have, in this last case in Maine, this young man had a work permit and a social security number, and the gentleman in Houston had been living here for 35 years and had a home and a business. So they're not the murderers and the rapists.
You make an excellent point. And I can't read minds, right? So I don't know what Donald Trump is thinking. More importantly, I think in this case, I don't know what Stephen Miller is thinking specifically. But I will say this, when is this happening, right? You had the early administration surge, then things had calmed down a little bit. And then just in the last several weeks, they have a big surge in enforcement, right? And that's why you have this Houston and then Maine. When you have a big surge in enforcement, you're going to have some of these, I'm going to call them mistakes, I'm going to call them confrontations. I don't know what the right words are, but they're horrible, horrific tragedies for the families and the communities involved. So why is this happening? Doing what I do for a living, you asked me about politics, is one of the problems for the Republican Party right now is a demoralized base. Are they doing this at the White House to try to say, we're back on your issue, mega base, we're back doing what you want us to do, mega base? I don't know if that's the answer, but I cannot think of if you're getting murderers and rapists and people who are avoiding the law enforcement system, you would have broad public support. That is not what we are seeing in these cases. So I think it's a very fair question to ask the White House why and why now.
Can we talk about the impact of this, though, in Maine? I mean, you're mentioning the guy who's leading in the polls on the Democratic side in Michigan, and some concern amongst mainstream, whatever that means, Democrats about abolishing ICE. Plattner, I don't know if you remember Graham Plattner. He was a candidate there for a while in Maine.
Vaguely.
I don't know if he was pro-abolition, but he surely was wildly anti-ICE. Right. And until it started imploding, the guy was winning this race by a significant percentage. So it seems that may play here. But in 12 days, they pick another candidate at this convention in Bangor. And the polling I saw the other day, and I guess I shouldn't have been surprised, showed all three of the most likely winners of this in a dead heat with Susan Collins. Did that surprise you at all, John King?
No. Voters want change. Voters in Maine are not happy with the Trump administration. I think this particular episode is going to remind them they're not happy with the Trump administration, whether it's the specifics of ICE or back to the competence question. Do these guys know what they're doing? Do they reflect our values? Does the President of the United States and the conduct of his cabinet and his administration reflect our values in a state like Maine, which has welcomed immigrants into their community to help them economically and because they're good people? And so I'm not surprised that those Democratic candidates are competitive. I will say that you have to also remember Susan Collins has proven herself to be a survivor, but this one puts her in a tough spot, right? If you're a voter in Maine or anywhere in America, you could ask the question, what has Congress done for me this year, right? A lot of voters who are struggling paycheck to paycheck would say not much. Well, one of the things they did do was fund ICE through the end of the Trump administration, fund these immigration enforcement measures through the end of the Trump administration. So the Republicans were able to agree to fund something in the government for 2 more years. And they're going week to week or month to month or crisis to crisis on a lot of other issues. I think that's a fair question for any Republican incumbent, and that will be part of the test for Senator Collins.
You know, speaking of midterms, obviously the conventional wisdom I want to ask you about was that Trump's unwillingness to sign the housing affordability bill before it automatically became law on Friday was damaged Republicans. And I assume when people say it damaged Republicans, that's because there wasn't a visual of a ton of Republicans standing behind him in the Oval Office as he signed it and held up his signature to be used in ads. Is that, I mean, it is law, and it was bipartisan. We had Elizabeth Warren here a few weeks ago. Is that why Republicans bemoaned the fact that Trump refused to sign it?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons. The other one is, again, the bigger picture that he seems to care a whole hell of a lot about himself and not about us, right? He's the leader of our party, but he just wants us to pass what he wants, and he calls big yawn when we pass things that are important to us. But to your point, you know, Jim, would this help or not? Again, I was joking at the top about insurgents versus establishment. So this might be old school, but I've been doing this for 40 years, right? So you made the point there. When the president, if the president decided to sign that bill, you put the 10 most vulnerable Republicans behind you. And as you sign the bill, you'd say, attaboy, attagirl, and you hand them a pen. And at least they can put in a campaign brochure and an ad. And guess what? If you're a Republican vulnerable incumbent right now, where do you live? Where do you represent? A place where you probably have to get Democratic votes. A place where Democrats are saying, why can't these guys compromise? You know, so I was just, when I was in Michigan, I stopped by Michigan 7. It's Tom Barrett, freshman Republican, a military veteran, trying to hold a very tough seat that he just won 2 years ago. Democrats think they can knock him off. He actually, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, since the day he got to Congress, has been saying we have to deal with this housing issue. A lot of the issues, a lot of the proposals in the bill were things that he has proposed or like ideas. So for somebody like him, it sure would have helped if the president, number one, said, hey, Congressman Barrett's getting stuff done. Number two, he's getting stuff done that helps Democrats too. He's still going to run on it. He's saying I was behind all this. But it's another example of the president saying, you know, do everything Trump wants, and I really don't care what you want.
So, we're talking with John King, chief national correspondent for CNN. So the news is not good in Iran. Obviously the ceasefire hasn't held. I'm seeing the president now on your station, CNN, talking about how he wants to be compensated for protecting the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, it's
sitting right next to the guy who said that he can't be compensated, his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
Yeah, it just and talking about taking a 20% cut and all these things that seem a little wacky to me, because obviously Iran is controlling the Strait of Hormuz. So is there a way out of this that we're seeing at the moment?
Well, the only way out of anything like this is diplomacy, and the diplomacy has collapsed here unless you're going to obliterate Iran off the planet, which there are some people urging the president to do. I don't want to go there. I just don't want to go there. Let's leave it there. But yesterday, the president was, as you say, Jim and Marjorie, for a 20% toll, as he called it, or a fee that's essentially a toll to go through. Even today, he has now backed off that, saying that, well, we won't do it as a toll, but the Gulf states, you know, the parties around there, the Omans, the Bahrains, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, et cetera, they're going to compensate us for what we're doing. the president is winging it. I hate to say it, but the president is winging it. One of the hard parts about this is you have a military confrontation in which people die and people are at risk. And you have a domino effect of that military confrontation because of where it is that has a giant impact on the global economy. Inflation was good last month. Again, in the context of politics, Republicans could have had a day to celebrate today, except prices are going back up again because the Iran war has been re-energized there. The issue here, as someone who covered the White House for 10 years after 9/11, during the Iraq War, even back in the Clinton White House when you had Milosevic in Bosnia and things like that, when the commander-in-chief says something, it really helps if you can believe it. It really helps if you can understand where it's coming from. I say that as a journalist, I say that as a citizen, but you hear this also from our allies in the region and around the world, that he says things and they know that they're just not true. They know that they're not real, or they know they have the shelf life of drinking a glass of water, that by tomorrow there's going to be something different. This is an incredibly complicated, decades-old, intractable problem in the Middle East. When the President of the United States is saying one thing 1 hour and something else the next hour, something completely different tomorrow, it makes an already incredibly difficult situation to fix or at least calm down all that more difficult.
John, a couple of days ago, a judge I believe in Miami, a federal court judge, had unkind things to say about the self-dealings, unkind is a euphemism, of the Trump administration and its own Justice Department around originally the slush fund and then the immunity from investigation or any sort of fee or fine from the Internal Revenue Service. And not only did she savage the agreement, she also referred the acting attorney general, who has a confirmation hearing this week, that a copy of her decision be sent to the New York State Bar Association, where there's already an ethics complaint against him. Marjorie and I are talking about this morning. He has to get out of the Judiciary Committee, which is one Republican down, because obviously Lindsey Graham died in the last several days. I don't know if they're going to replace him quickly on the committee. It's got Tom Tillis on it. It's got John Cornyn on it from Texas. It's got a guy being nominated who not only just is referred to the New York State Bar for potentially unethical conduct, but also is the primary face of the failure to fully release Epstein documents as the law requires, and has charged not one man for those crimes, and obviously also likely had something to do with the transfer of Ghislaine Maxwell to that country club prison. How does this guy get enough Republican votes to be confirmed, John King?
The math is not there as we have this conversation. That doesn't mean it won't be there at the end. It doesn't mean they can't use procedural votes to either get him out of committee on a tie vote, or there are ways you can bring a nomination to the floor if it can't get out of committee. But again, back to the point about the housing bill, the president is asking Republican allies on Capitol Hill to do incredibly unpopular things, to bend the rules, to do procedural loopholes for Trump, for what Trump wants. Todd Blanche was his personal attorney before he came in. I'm not a lawyer. I can't tell you whether Todd Blanche is qualified to be Attorney General, but there are a whole lot of people, including a lot of Republicans, who under their breath would whisper, I don't think so. And so in an election year, he's asking his Republican allies, who are under a lot of pressure because of the size or lack thereof of their majorities, and now the death of Senator Graham, to do things they would rather not do. And frankly, they would have preferred that the president actually sent up a nominee of stature, that if a couple of Democrats would say, okay, I don't like President Trump, but this is a man or a gentleman or a woman of great stature, so we'll give him this one. Or they wish that he would have left us in an acting capacity and not made them do this. But now we'll watch how this plays out. That hearing is going to be a chainsaw for Mr. Blanche, because the Democrats are coming loaded to it.
By the way, speaking of court proceedings, New York Times and NPR reporting as of this minute that, New York Times, pardon me, that Trump paid the $5.6 million or 5.8, I can't recall, to the woman he was found to have sexually abused, E. Jean Carroll, which is a pretty major moment, I'd say.
We have only a minute left, John, but Blanche is also the guy who went down to interview Ghislaine Maxwell, after which she wound up getting from a very serious prison to a kind of, more relaxed, so-called Fed Club type prison. That's going to go down very poorly with Trump's base.
Well, and that's an excellent complication to add to it. I just said the president was asking Republicans to do things for him, right? But you're absolutely right. Oftentimes when he asks them to do things for him, it's because he thinks it's 100%, good sale with his base. This one is not. You're absolutely right. There's a slice of the Trump base that puts Blanche right in the middle of this Epstein file mess where they think essentially the president's team have broken a promise to them and they would like to know why.
John, thank you very much. Look
Good
forward to
see you,
seeing you
John
tonight.
King.
I love you. I love Anderson, but I love you when you do a show, too.
Make
You're
that
great
two
at
of
it.
us.
Thank you very much.
We'll be watching. See you, John.
We've been speaking with John King, Chief National Correspondent for CNN, host of the reporting project All Over the Map. He's going to be on at 8 o'clock tonight, filling in for Anderson Cooper, and John King is a great host. Coming up after this quick break, defense attorney Rosemary
I'm not even helping you. We've only known her for like 50 years.
I know. Scapicchio.
We know who you are, Rosemary. Don't worry about it.
Scapicchio joins us. She's next. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Brad. This is talking about Michael Proctor in the Karen Reed case. She's next.
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, what cat or dog owner hasn't, at one point or another, wondered why? Why is my dog chewing its leg? Why does my cat prefer to play with trash over expensive toys? Why does my pet seem to prefer my partner over me? Well, some questions we can't answer, but for the rest, we've got experts standing by for Ask the Dog and Cat Behaviorist on the Curiosity Desk. Today at 1 on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And the David M. Rubenstein Americana Collection in support of the JFK Library's exhibit Declaring the Revolution, America's Printed Path to Independence, featuring historic documents that inspired the Declaration of Independence. jfklibrary.org. And Cambridge Trust, a division of Eastern Bank, dedicated to helping individuals and businesses pursue their financial goals with a full range of banking and wealth management services. Learn more at cambridgetrust.com.
Welcome back to BPR and 89.7 GBH. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy. We're live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're back here tomorrow. We'll be joined on Zoom by the UN's Assistant Secretary General, who's also the humanitarian coordinator in Ukraine, and we will obviously talk about that with him. Joining us live at the library, I was originally going to say by defense attorney Rosemary Scapicchio. That's not true. We're joined by two defense attorneys, Rosemary and Nicole Scapicchio. Nicole, it's great to meet you, by the way. It's really good to have you. Among their clients are two men, Sean Johnson and Miles King, who've been charged with murder in cases in which Michael Proctor, who is the disgraced and fired state trooper, was involved. Proctor, you'll recall, led the Karen Reed investigation where he was forced to read some of his texts about her on the stand in that trial. Here's a piece of that.
She's a whack job. See you. Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. Said the Alberts beat the out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross.
And that was nothing.
Tribute to Chico. Oh, her.
My apologies. In the newly released batch of Proctor misogynistic, racist texts, he refers to black people as the N-word repeatedly, expresses a desire to lynch the very people he's charged with protecting and serving. Here to talk about all the cases that Proctor is involved in and what should happen are Rosemary and Nicole Scapicchio. Welcome to you both. It's great to have you.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Well, explain.
Nicole's her kid, by the way, for those who haven't figured that out,
Yeah.
by the way. Let me just
There's
say.
a resemblance. There
there
is. The blonde thing going big time. Very nice. Very nice. But Rosemary, explain Proctor's roles in your other cases that you're dealing with right now.
So Proctor's role in the King case was he was the case agent. He did everything from pulling video to putting people in front of the grand jury to taking statements. On Mr. Johnson's case, he was vitally involved in the investigation. And the problem when you have someone who's a racist person investigating the case, it tilts the scale to the point where there's so much discretion for police officers to do an investigation. If you're giving someone with this type of racist ability, the issue of who do you investigate, who do you talk to, which leads do you follow? There's overwhelming constitutional violations when you put someone like him in a position of power.
So, Nicole, it's not just the text and these messages. You're also seeking hiring and vetting information about when he was hired. To what end? Why do you want that information?
That's correct. No, you go.
Oh, okay. So in terms of why do we want that information, we want the information regarding everything that has to do with Proctor so that we can evaluate on a full scale the impact that he had on not just our cases, but all of the cases in general. We think that this should be a situation where anyone who had Proctor involved in their case should have, first of all, access to all of the information that we have access to, and to be able to evaluate how Proctor's impacted their own investigation.
And my understanding is the CPCS, the Public Counsel in Massachusetts, has requested, they're not the only ones, that the state cops produce information on every case in which he had any involvement. And my understanding is the state police have agreed that they're working on that and they'll provide that. Is that true?
That's what they've said. I actually haven't seen the list yet, but it should be available to every defendant who had Proctor in this case, whether they're currently pending cases or cases in which people have been convicted.
We were discussing this in your absence the other day, which is when we were hoping you would appear, and you and your daughter have. And we broached, and I hadn't realized you had said a similar sort of thing, that there may be so many cases that I'm putting words in your mouth, but tell me if I'm wrong. Why should the burden be on a defendant to prove that Proctor's work tainted, his racism, his misogyny, tainted a prosecution? Rather, why shouldn't there be an any Ducon drug lab kind of solution that to demonstrate to prosecutors, most importantly to the state cops, that there's a consequence for using someone like him? All these cases should be dismissed. Is that your position?
That's been our positions from the very beginning. When we first started requesting these text messages last summer, we were making the argument that, you know, if he is racist and if he has racist tendencies, then we should have the ability to at least evaluate them in terms of how they could have and would have affected the case. We didn't imagine the level of hatred that he had for the black and brown community.
I just described one. Describe some other things that's come out in this most. Nicole, do you want to do it? Some of these other things about dragging black people through the streets.
Yes.
What are some of those things?
And that one was specifically, I believe, about Randolph and Sean Johnson's case, who's one of our clients, occurred in Randolph. There's been so many text messages. I don't want to use the language that's in them, but they are horrifying. He also talked about Milton, comparing Milton and Mattapan in a racist way. There was a lot of things that he did in his text messages, and our client, Miles King, is from Milton. His case occurred in Milton.
I mean, there's some of the stuff that I was just reading that was in the Globe. Let's enslave those blankety blank. He was using N-word all over the place.
Yes.
My car needs a cleaning. Let's get some horses and white sheets and burn a cross in the Arboretum. It was also members of the LGBTQ community and Jewish people. I mean, this is a wide range of attacks. And what I don't understand, I mean, we didn't talk about anything with the Karen Reed trial for like months and months and months and months and months. But none of this was able to come out during that criminal trial. How come it's been able to come out now, Rosemary Scapicchio?
Well, we were watching the trial because we knew Proctor was involved in our case. Once Proctor had indicated that he used his personal cell phone to communicate messages, that's what gave us the idea to then seek his personal cell phone. Once a police officer admits he's using his own cell phone to do business of the state, then we can get access to that. So we filed a motion in front of Judge Doolin in Norfolk Superior Court. Judge Doolin agreed with us that if he was using his phone for the purposes of any investigation, we should be privy to that. And so he gave us the order to get the phone. Proctor fought it. Initially, he claimed that the phone had been erased or had been lost. We were able to actually get the DA's office was able to get actual physical possession of the phone. But just so everyone knows, this phone went through sort of two different reviews for privilege. It went through a review with Proctor and his lawyer as to anything that was privileged with his wife. It went through a review with the district attorney's office with respect to anything that was privileged to any other cases that weren't necessarily related to our case. And then we got what was left over. So we're still seeking any additional information that might be on that phone. We want our own expert to be able to look at that phone and determine what we believe to be true, which is that Proctor deleted those text messages right after he testified at the federal grand jury.
Well, one thing that was very upsetting to me is a lot of these things that came out, dragging people, through the streets of Randolph and all this
Dragging
racist
black
stuff.
people.
Yes, was from some of this dated to 2013, 2014. It was mentioned in these stories that there was communications between the Sean Good, who worked for the Canton Police Department, involved in the Karen Reed thing, and friends. So it makes you think to yourself, that's 13 years ago. To think that you had state troopers running around the Commonwealth of Massachusetts with these sort of racist and anti-Semitic and anti-LGBTQ things in their head is a little scary.
Well, it's not just scary; it's unfathomable. Imagine being a black or brown defendant who was investigated by Proctor, knowing now that Proctor had these, that had these opinions about black and brown people, that they are less than, that they're not even equal to a real person.
He compared them to animals.
And compared them to animals, compared them to, to piles of dog poop. I mean, at one point they were calling them the poo people. Those are the words that they were using, in addition to the N-word and a bunch of other words that I don't want to say on public radio. But, to have someone like that be in charge of your investigation when you're fighting for your life is just unfathomable. All of the protections that are supposed to be there under the Constitution just dissipate when you leave someone like him in charge. And my position is that how could other state troopers not know? How could he be this racist? Every day he talked to this group of people without care, without any indication that anybody could ever hear these texts, and talked about wanting to kill black people, celebrating the fact that black people might be dead, talking about white sheets and burning crosses on lawns. Like, to have someone like that in charge of the investigation, and he didn't once slip in all of that time with his supervisors, with his fellow officers, it's implausible. It just didn't happen.
Well, I take it one step further. I can't believe I'm saying this to you. If you conclude, which I think is inescapable, how could others not know? How could there not be other proctors in the state police that weren't forced to read their own texts in the Karen Reed trial? So what can and should the state police be doing? What should the governor be ordering to make sure that, or find out if he's the only one of his kind?
So I think there needs to be an investigation and some sort of commission formed to be able to look into all of the Proctor cases. But I don't think it ends with Proctor. I don't think that he's the only one out there. He happened to be the only one we caught after all this time.
So what do they do? What do they do to find out who the other proctors are? Should there be?
Bring in your cell phone. You're a state trooper. Bring in your cell phone and let's look at it. What's wrong with that?
Who has the ability, in cases where Proctor was actually involved, and your view is they should all be dismissed because they're so tainted by his presence. Is that a decision that the Supreme Judicial Court would have to make in terms of the whole spectrum? Who could decide that?
Well, it could be decided by the individual district attorney's offices where Proctor was involved.
All the cases in their jurisdiction.
All the cases in their jurisdiction. So Proctor worked mainly out of Norfolk County, but he has some cases in Suffolk County. I actually have a case, Lance Holloman, that he worked on in Suffolk County on a homicide that took place on the expressway, Southeast Expressway. So he wasn't limited to Norfolk County. And in terms of the way that they can investigate this, if they decide to look into it as a district attorney's office, they can convene a grand jury, they could subpoena evidence, or they could do what they did in Annie Dukin, saying it's just too big for us to handle, so we're looking for some guidance from the SJC in terms of how to best handle this case, because it is going to affect the criminal justice system. It is going to affect Norfolk County probably more than any other county in terms of trying to file motions for a new trial. But again, why should the onus be on the defendants who were exposed to his racism without their knowledge? Why can't it be the district attorney's office taking the reins and saying, we're going to do something about this because this is unacceptable?
We're talking to Rosemary and Nicole Scapicchio.
I'm thinking years ago, for those who remember the O.J. Simpson case, how when Mark Furman, the detective in Los Angeles, got up in the stand and was forced to admit that he used the N-word over and over again. It's not too much of an exaggeration to say that really turned the case when you had a jury sitting there listening to a detective admit that he was using the N-word all the time. That's like small potatoes compared to what we're seeing now. So juries should know all about this.
Right. And what the Commonwealth is routinely doing, and what they did in the Karen Reed case, is they decided not to call Proctor at all. And they're hoping then that the defense isn't going to call Proctor at all, so that the Proctor secret keeps, is safe. But what we're saying is when it infects the entire investigation, either the Commonwealth has to call them or we'll call them. Defense attorneys can call him to expose what he did in this investigation because the Commonwealth should not be shielded from what he did. You can't just take out his racism and say, let's go to trial. It doesn't work that way. Because we don't know which witnesses he didn't take statements from. And in the King case, we have an example in our motion to dismiss. Nick, do you want to talk about that?
Yes, I believe so. In the King case, there was a police officer who claimed to have heard the victim say that Mizzy Cash committed the crime, and it was a white police officer. And the black witnesses that were around did not hear that as far as...
But not just didn't hear it, weren't even interviewed about it.
Weren't
even asked about it.
Wow.
So on that note, when you said it's not credible, or whatever you said a minute ago, Rosemary, to believe that the state cops didn't know about this, or other state cops, is it credible to think that prosecutors didn't know about who... So the infection here may spread, its tentacles may be into everybody.
It is. I mean, the fact that in Norfolk County and in most counties, state police officers are chosen. The troopers are chosen by the DA to work on homicide cases. It's like a plum job that you have. You're not at the airport looking at photos. You're working on homicides. You're interviewing witnesses, and so it's a very sort of cream of the crop job. They picked him, and one of the things we're looking into right now is, how did he pass the background check? Because one of the tweets that or one of the exchanges that he has with his friends is, I can't believe I passed the background check. And it turns out...
His own words. Those are his words. Right.
It turns out he applied to BPD and didn't pass the background check. And we want that information, and that he applied in terms of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office twice. We believe he was rejected or not hired the first time and then was resubmitted and hired the second time. We have asked for all of the people who were involved in writing letters of recommendation, evaluating him, interviewing him. We want to know why he would make that comment of, I can't believe I passed the background check in working for the state police.
Can I add one last thing here, from me at least? This may be taking it too far. So we talked about other state cops. We talked about prosecutors. So there's a state cop that is unnamed state cop tomorrow, next week, who's testifying in a case against a black defendant with serious charges. It seems to me that it's not unreasonable to say, we'd like to know what his or her private communications were too. I assume, unless you have some evidence to suggest that should happen, a judge is not going to allow it. But again, this could infect the whole operation.
Right, and that's why the district attorney's office and or the governor's office has the power to conduct these investigations, has the power to subpoena this information. We don't necessarily have that power as individual defense attorneys. And the only way that we were able to get Proctor's text in this case is because when he was testifying in Karen Reed, he admitted that he was using his personal cell phone during the course of that investigation, and that opened the door. And I'm sure right after this all broke, that there were lots of deletions from lots of state troopers' personal phones.
So the colonel could either mandate or the governor could order the colonel to require that every state cop, and it's horrible to say that because obviously they're not all Proctor, to say the least, but that every state cop turn in their phone and let it be examined by superiors.
Well, if you want to be transparent about this alleged investigation, if you want to be able to figure out how widespread it was, then certainly, why don't you start with the phones that we know we have access to, the people who were reporting directly to him, the people that were giving thumbs up when he was saying derogatory things about Karen Reed. Why don't we start with them and figure out what they said about the black and brown community, about the gay community, about the Jewish community? I mean, he was an equal opportunity, bigot.
So what's it like working with your mother, and is she ever calm?
I love it. It's so interesting.
And is she ever relaxed?
I'm going to say there's never a dull day.
Okay.
That's how I'm going to answer that question.
No, she is incredible.
She is.
You really are, Rosemary.
Thank you both very much for coming in.
Good luck with your cases.
Yeah,
Thank
exactly.
you.
Thank you.
We have been
Keep us surprised, please.
With defense attorney Rosemary
Scapicchio
and her daughter Nicole. Thank you very much for coming in. They've been arguing that the level of discrimination revealed in the former State Trooper Michael Proctor's text should be grounds for dismissals of all the cases he was involved in. Coming up after this quick break, we're going to open the lines to get your thoughts on the richest among us building snow rooms in their homes to beat the heat. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy, listening to BPR 89.7 GBH live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
It's been 6 months since the launch of TrumpRx, a federal website that offers deals on medication. But how much is it actually helping patients?
I wouldn't say that it's extremely common, but we are hearing from our members. They are having patients here and there come in seeking to access the TrumpRx price.
I'm Elsa Chang, an update on TrumpRx on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Harvard Business School Baker Library, featuring an exhibit on Muriel Siebert, the first woman to buy a seat on the New York Stock Exchange, open to the public. Details at library.hbs.edu. And the Museum of Science. From live science demonstrations to hands-on exhibits, families can explore the wonders of Earth's evolution and the frontiers of space this summer. Learn more at mos.org.
Welcome back to BPR on GBA 89.7 GBH. Marjorie and Jim Browdy. We're at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Most of the state is once again under some sort of heat advisory with temperatures potentially reaching close to triple digits the next couple of days, which has us once again considering how to stay cool. For some, was this the New York Times the story was in?
Yes.
New York Times, the answer is the tried and, no, this is not the New York Times thing. The tried and true method, you stick your head in the freezer or something for a minute or two. You never done that?
No.
I've done that. It's a problem if there's food in there and you got to stick your head in it. It's very hard. Maybe a window unit, but for the wealthiest among us, this is the New York Times, there's a new way to cool off a climate-controlled wellness space. It's known as a snow room. Essentially the exact opposite of a sauna, a room so cold. It's got like snow in it and ice and that sort of thing.
Yes.
According to the Times, if you're uber wealthy, you can spend big bucks to make the inside of their mansions, whatever, into winter in July, while the rest of us can either, you have a lot of options. You can obviously, if you can afford a decent gym, you can do one of those ice plunge things like the auditor does, Diana DiZoglio. She does it at home, I think. You could put ice in your own bathtub, or you can take some sort of cold plunge in one of those cyanobacteria-infested ponds in Massachusetts. We want to talk to you about snow rooms and whether you are into if you have a snow room, we'd love to talk to you. But are you into this ice plunge thing, which I find to be one of the most masochistic things one can possibly engage in? Our number is 877-301-8970. Before you tell me what you think about snow rooms, because I sort of know, have you ever done the ice plunge?
No, I have not.
I have.
Oh, good.
Now, what you're supposed
How'd it go?
What you're supposed to do, I read up on it.
Yeah.
You're supposed to go in the sauna for 30 minutes, which
Yeah.
is really hard. Like 10 minutes is a lot. And then after 30 minutes in the sauna, you're supposed to do 2 minutes in an ice plunge. I got to my whatever in the ice plunge for 2 seconds. It is so incredibly painful. It is indescribable. And I got out, and I tried it one more time the same day, and I lasted about a second, and that was the end of it. And I just don't understand what the allure is. And Diana DiZoglio explained it to us, and I forgot what she said. But if you're an ice plunge kind of person, we only have a few minutes left. Give us a buzz. Tell us what the allure is. And again, if you have a snow room, Marjorie would really like to talk to you.
I mean, there's something askew when people are so rich in the United States of America that they put a snow room in their house. They call it a winter wonderland.
Sure.
It's like a cave-like space of ice and snow with white flakes descending gently from the ceiling
Cold
to
snow.
create the feeling of being inside a snow globe. And they interviewed a woman who was in there in her bathrobe. She was in there just in her bathrobe, writing in her journal in her room. People like Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia, he has a snow room in his serene yacht. People put it in their
Bill
homes.
Gates rented a
Some
yacht
people-
for $5 million a week
He
that
rented
had a
his
snow
yacht.
room in it.
He rented the
Oh,
serene
it was his?
yacht.
Oh,
yes,
that yacht. Okay.
for $5 million a month. That's right. And but people, they're not actually. If you're a billionaire, it's only like 130 grand. So I suppose it's no small deal if you got that much money. But the cold plunge, this woman talked about, Jim. If you can stay in there, she wrote a whole piece. This Taffy Brodesser Angner. Taffy says if you can if you can get through the first 10 or 20 seconds in the cold plunge.
I couldn't get through 2
After
seconds.
a while, it doesn't hurt so much. And supposedly, after she got out of there, she was listening to somebody play Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah in the cold plunge. Yeah, and on the ukulele. by the way.
Has anybody been in a cold plunge in the audience?
No.
No, they're
And
not.
she came
No
out, and she felt her whole life had just changed in front of her. And
I was there for 2 seconds, and my whole life changed.
Well, she said it was absolutely wonderful. So I didn't know what to make of these cold plunges.
It is painful. I've been on the earth a long time. It was as painful as 2 seconds as I've ever experienced in my whole life. What do you mean, yeah?
Oh, well, no, I was just...
It's horrible.
Well, it may be horrible, but I was thinking of the economic, kind of... I mean, here in Boston, people are trying to figure out where they're going to go today because it's so hot and they can't afford air conditioners because they can't afford the bill and the air conditioners. And meanwhile, there are people in the country that are building these cold places in their snow rooms so they can go there.
There's
today.
a wealth divide in this country. Do you know
There's
that?
a huge wealth.
Yeah,
there's a youth wealth divide. You can also get them. You can do them all. Apparently, they're getting very popular all around the country. Scores have been built or under construction. This person that owns something called Spa Butler in Plano, Texas. They can do them made out of like snow and ice. They can make them out of rock or marble. Apparently, this rustic look is becoming
I like the rustic
really
look.
big, and you can sit in there in your cowboy hat, and it's like Disneyland with snow.
Do you mind if we talk to some listeners?
877-301-8970 is the number. Maureen in Hanson, do you have a snow room in your house?
Hi, Maureen. How are you?
Hi, guys. No, I don't have a snow room.
But
we live on a small lake, and yeah, I do cold plunge, but I don't do it in the summer. I do it in the winter when the pond is cold.
Oh, you do one of those polar plunge things like they do in South Boston. Yeah. But that's cold.
Yeah, not once a year though. But
how
we
painful
do it
is
through
that?
the winter.
How painful is that?
Okay, Jim. Here's the trick. It's not about the shock. So the first time people do it, I mean, I've been doing it for years, but the first time it's usually you dunk in, you dunk out. You sort of have to use your psyche to say, okay, I'm fine. I can breathe. I'm going to do this, say, for 3 breaths. And then the next time, maybe you do it for 6 breaths. And, I say I do it about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes.
Wow, I'm impressed.
And you know what? Your joints feel better. Everything feels great.
Yeah, that's what they say. They say they come out of there at least for a while. The people that wrote about doing the cold plunge.
Maureen, you sound like an
knees.
expert.
If you got knee problems, your knees get much better after the cold plunge.
I was
supposedly.
totally convinced my knees were going to fall off if I went all the way in. Do you worry, in all seriousness, when you did that and that's not an ice plunge, that's still very admirable that you're that courageous. Do you not say to yourself, I'm going to have a heart attack and have to be dragged out of the pool, the pond, the whatever?
No, I do not say that,
Okay.
Jim. And the rule at our house is no one goes in alone. Like, I don't do this if there's no one around.
Okay.
I mean, I just sort of think that's a safety issue. I mean, I'm in my early 60s. I'm in good shape. I'm a yoga teacher, and I consider myself fit for my age. And,
wow.
But, you're right. I think that if you have health issues, if people with like high blood pressure and other things like that maybe need to consult a physician before they try it. But I think a young, healthy person, go ahead,
Maureen,
give it a
I'm
try.
impressed. I really am impressed. Thanks for the call.
Here's
Appreciate
what
it.
Taffy from the New York Times says about how she
Who's
felt.
named Taffy, by the
Taffy's
way?
the person who wrote the story.
Was that her birth name,
Her name
Taffy?
is Taffy. I don't know how that happened. But anyway, she said the second time she did it, she left the tub feeling so good, so shiny, so glorious. Something has happened to me. I am a bright spark of energy and happiness. I'm just alive again.
Wait, is that what
That's
she
what
actually
she
said, those
now,
words?
meanwhile, here's some notes from our texters talking about the snow room and the cold plunge. I don't have a snow room, but I do have a little fan connected to a squirt bottle. Is that close enough? And another texter says, I use the walk-in cooler at the local package store. That's Jim from Wakefield. And he said it works out just fine.
How come you, by the way, I'm just thinking, I know you hate this, so try not to respond.
Right.
You are very fit. And
I try.
You actually acknowledge that.
I do.
So that woman Maureen called, she said, I'm really fit, I do yoga. She's a yoga instructor, you're a yoga, whatever that's called. Why haven't you tried this thing? If you're an experimenter when it comes to physicality.
I don't know. I do like hot yoga because it's really, really hot. I'm not sure that a cold plunge is kind of in my But one of the reasons I do hot yoga is that you feel like it does really good things for your hands and your joints and all that kind of
Really?
stuff. Yes. Now, this
Okay.
other person points out a cheap way to get around this whole thing. Hockey parents know. Hockey is not just a winter sport. The rinks are open year-round, and her daughter has a game tonight, and she just goes and sits in the hockey rink. It's free. You don't have to skate.
That's actually not a bad thing.
Yeah, so you can hang around the hockey rink.
The only
Just walk
problem is you
right
got to
out.
watch the game. That's
well,
the
that's
problem.
true. You can sit and clip. You can bring your book. or
Let's
your
go
phone.
to Jane and Millis. You're next. We're talking about snow rooms where Lisa Marjorie is and ice plunges. Hello there. Hi, Jane.
Hey, how are you?
Hey to you.
Long time listener. Time. I called a few times. I have been in a snow room several years ago. I had the privilege of going on a Viking ocean cruise, and they had a snow room.
Oh my God!
It was the novelty of it. I don't have the money to do it, but it was fun to go in a sauna and then go in the snow room and throw a snowball at somebody. That was fun. I don't even like taking cold showers, so I'll never be a candidate for that polar plunge or the ice plunge. I have friends that have done it, and they think it's awesome. That will never be me. Give me a nice warm shower, and I'm a happy lady.
I'm with you. You know, Jane, you know what you just reminded me of when I was acting like the snow room thing was like something I'd never heard of before I read the Time story. Haven't you seen the articles in those hotels? They're hotels where the rooms are frozen rooms.
Yeah.
And you sleep in the frozen. I mean, I don't really get that. Jane, thanks for your call. Have you ever seen those kind of things? What's that?
I'm just texter. How did the cold plunge work for people on the Titanic? There was room in the door, Marjorie. This is a great dispute people have, that if Kate Winslet had moved over a little bit more on the door, Leonardo DiCaprio would have had room to climb onto the door that was floating in the North Atlantic, and he would not have had to die and float away in the water as we all saw in the 12th or 15th time that we watched the Titanic. It did not work out. As a matter of fact, remember did you go to the Titanic exhibit they had?
I did.
Remember when you
We had
touched
him
the
on the show.
iceberg?
Do you remember that?
That's
No.
right. When I got what's that terrible virus over there too from touching the iceberg.
You did?
Yes.
Norovirus?
Norovirus. Don't
Well,
you
it's not
remember?
helping the business over there.
No, I'm sorry, I did, because everybody's touching the iceberg, and you've touched that iceberg, it gave you an idea of how cold it was in the North Atlantic. You didn't want to go there. Let's go to Bob in Missouri. Hi, Bob.
Hi, Bob.
Hi, how are you this morning?
Very well, thank you.
Okay, I don't have a snow room, but me and my grandkids used to go to the local grocery store and walk into the beer cooler. We could stand in the beer cooler.
That's a good one.
And it was really nice. We always called it the cold room.
And your grandkids would leave and you would stay, right, Bob?
Well, sometimes.
Exactly. That's what I figured. Well, that actually, I've done that in meat places where you take a quick step in the, what are those things called? Not
The
ice
meat- the
rooms?
meat locker or
Meat
something?
locker. I mean,
I don't
that's
know.
fun for like 5 seconds. But that, again, it's, I don't get it. Bob, thank you for sharing that experience with us. It was very moving. Really appreciate it. 877-301-8970.
A texter wants to know, why am I inflicting pain on myself in the summertime? Do these same people have inferno rooms they go into in the winter? In the winter.
Well, you know,
That's a
I was
good
going to
one.
ask that woman who talked about the ice plunge, but like a jumping in a pond in the middle of winter. But she answered the question before I asked her. She said she comes out just like you said from hot yoga. Is your joints feel better,
Yeah.
whatever that means?
Listen
and
to
your
this.
what?
I'm 67 years old. I go to the red light sauna and cold plunge 5 days a week. I can't stand the heat, but I love the cold plunge. I do 8 minutes every day.
That's not possible.
Took me a while to work up to that long, and I feel fabulous when I leave.
Really?
How about that?
Send us a picture. I mean, I believe that if it's if I see a picture. Mary in Winchester, you have a minute. Hi. Mary.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi. You done this?
I've done this. I go several times a week. I go to Sweat House in Burlington, and just like you just said, that texter, I do the sauna for a few minutes, and then I can do 9 or 10 minutes in the cold plunge. My first time going there, I was lucky to do 10 seconds. Then I worked up to it, and I love it. And you do feel fabulous when you leave.
Mary, can you even feel your whatevers when you get out of one of those things or not?
No. No, that's when I decided it's time to get out.
Okay.
That
So
is
when you
very-
say
Feel enough.
so when you say fabulous, Mary, what does that mean?
She survived. That's what she means.
How fabulous?
No, I feel refreshed. My body feels great, and I feel like it can take on the world. I hate I don't love it. I play the New York Times Wordle and all the games while I'm in there and try to get my mind off it. I just keep my hands up and I do the cross play and all those and think as soon as I'm done with those, I can hop out of the
Okay, Jim, this could
I
be...
would think when most people do an ice plunge, they'd be reading the obituaries instead. Mary, thank you. Let's talk to somebody who I bet you has done a segment on this or something like that. Edgar B. Herrick III. Edgar, you ever done anything on this or no?
I was just thinking about the fact when I was growing up in Pennsylvania, we had a snow room for the proletariat. It was called the coal mines. And for the petite bourgeoisie, we had the mall.
Okay.
That's right.
What are you doing on the show?
Nothing like a coal mine.
Back by popular demand on the show, we've got Ask the Dog and Cat Behaviorist. We're taking phone calls, questions about your dog or your cat's behavior. We've got a couple of experts standing by.
Excellent.
That sounds like a good one, Edgar.
Thank you
very much. That was Edgar B. Herrick III.
Was.
His show starts right after us, and then Jared Bowen starts at 2. Tomorrow, here at the Boston Public Library for Boston Public Radio, Harvard National Security expert Juliet Kayyem, UN Humanitarian Coordinator for Ukraine, Matthias Shmala, and environmental, he's going to tell us, obviously, about what's going on in Ukraine, an environmental panel with Kate Deenan and Bradley Campbell, and Jamie Loftus joins us, Jim, for National Hot Dog Day.
Remember that great book she wrote? What was that book called? Hot Dogs Are Us? Or
whatever it was.
Raw Dog.
She talked about people going around the country in the Wienermobile. Remember that? All
I
those
do.
young
Having
college
sex
kids?
in the Wienermobile.
They were having sex in the Wienermobile.
By the way, they're free hot dogs. We allowed to say this? Free hot dogs at Lenox tomorrow for National Hot Dog Day.
That's great.
And they're pretty good, actually, yeah.
Okay, thanks to Maddie Gard, Bill Francis, Juan Jose Cadena, Darius and Derek, the Newsfeed Cafe, Lenox Hotel, Zoe Matthews, Hannah Loss, Ariana Gonzalez, Jack Siciliano, John the Claw Parker, and executive producer Jamie Bologna. As I said before, Curiosity Desk with Edgar right after us and the Culture Show with Jared Bowen. He'll speak with Levi Holloway about adapting Paranormal Activity for the stage. It's now at the Emerson Colonial. I'm Marjorie Egan.
Jim Browdy.
Thanks so much for tuning in today. Hope you can tune in tomorrow and have a great day.
From the stories of centuries past to discoveries that will define our future, How Did We Get Here's, how-tos, and more. Journey with us down the rabbit hole on the Curiosity Desk. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And the Peabody Essex Museum, Salem's destination for authentic witch city lore and witch trials history since 1799. Ticket information and more at PEM.org.
And the Boston Speakers Series, announcing its upcoming season at Symphony Hall for 7 evenings featuring Pete Buttigieg, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA head Charles Bolden. bostonspeakers.org.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Edgar B. Herrick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, a challenge. With a melting soft serve in hand, I'm going to see if I can wrap my head around some big brain physics, specifically the field of twistronics. Now, the guy who pioneered this stuff claims it's like an inverse philosopher's stone, capable of turning any material into a superconductor. Yikes, I got my work cut out for me there. Then, what cat or dog owner hasn't, at one point or another, wondered why? Why is the dog chewing its leg? Why does my cat prefer to play with trash over the expensive toy I just bought them? Why does my pet seem to prefer my partner to me? Well, some questions we cannot answer, but for the rest, we've got experts standing by for Ask the Dog and Cat Behaviorist. It's all ahead this hour on the Curiosity Desk.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. E. Jean Carroll, the columnist who accused President Trump of sexually assaulting and defaming her, has received a $5.6 million payment from her civil case against Trump. She waited 3 years after a jury found Trump was liable for damages. The money was held in escrow while the president appealed the award. President Trump's hosting Iraqi Prime Minister Ali al-Zaidi today. During a joint news conference, Trump defended a decision to reinstate the U.S. blockade on the Strait of Hormuz as its war with Iran escalates. He also says there won't be a 20% toll on ships going through the critical passageway, but wants to strike investment deals with other countries in the region.
And they said, we'd love to do it a different way. We'd love to invest in the United States with billions and billions of dollars and continue our record setting, because there's never been a time like this for the United States, with the factories, with the plants, with everything else. And we would like to invest tremendously in the United States as opposed to charging a fee. And I like that, actually, because I don't think anybody should be able to charge a fee for the Strait or for any other strait.
The U.S. and Iran have been trading fire for several days. The president's deployment of the National Guard to Washington, D.C. has been extended until Inauguration Day 2029, the Pentagon confirmed to NPR. Thousands of armed and uniformed troops have been patrolling the city for nearly a year. The latest from NPR's Kat Lonsdorf.
President Trump first deployed the National Guard to D.C. last August after declaring a crime emergency in the city despite violent crime being at a 30-year low. That emergency declaration lifted a month later, but the Guard and the federal law enforcement task force that they're a part of remained. Since then, the number of troops has steadily increased to now nearly 5,000 from more than 20 different states and a cost of around $3 million per day. Two different studies have found that the presence of the National Guard has had no effect on violent crime in the city. The White House did not immediately respond to NPR's request for comment on why the extension of the deployment for another 2.5 years was deemed necessary. Kat Lonsdorf, NPR News, Washington.
U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement will pause non-urgent vehicle stops after 2 deadly shootings in less than a week. That, according to Maine Senator Angus King, who spoke with NPR, or whose office spoke with NPR. A spokesman for King says the Department of Homeland Security confirmed the policy shift. Maine Senator Susan Collins also posted on X today that she had called for change. The most recent death happened Monday in Biddeford, Maine, where ICE agents tried to pull over the car of a 26-year-old Colombian man. Members of a congressional committee questioned Federal Reserve Chair Kevin Warsh today. He told lawmakers a central bank will make high inflation a thing of the past, but he did not immediately specify how. It's NPR.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. A new report from the Boston Foundation finds that building codes are making it harder to build multifamily housing here in Massachusetts. The state's commercial building code covers everything from triple-deckers to stadiums, and that means small multifamily buildings face some of the same requirements as large-scale buildings, making them more expensive to build per square foot. The report's co-author Sam Naylor says one possible solution is expanding the role of the state board that governs the building code.
This would allow it to invest in research and development of a state-amended code, which could better respond to housing priorities developed by the legislature or other executive agencies.
Naylor also says the state should add an appendix to its building code that focuses on small multifamily housing. A new state fund that's been created to help cover the medical costs for retired police canines. Master List reports that just as the state and local government employees get pensions and health insurance when they retire, retired police dogs as well could be in line for benefits under a new state law. The $63 billion state budget that Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey signed last week creates a retired police dog care fund, and the money in it would support grants to nonprofits that provide medical services and care to retired police dogs. Who's a good boy? World Cup action today. France playing Spain. Kickoff is at 3 p.m. There's a watch party at City Hall Plaza, and the Major League Baseball All-Star Game is tonight. 89 degrees in Boston. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from Strawberry.me, whose career coaches offer professional support to help people get unstuck, gain clarity, and move forward, whether advancing in a current role or choosing a new direction altogether. More at strawberry.me/public.
Welcome, everybody, to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We're streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Well, regular listeners of the Curiosity Desk know this. Ours is a show with experimentation woven deep into the fabric. This was intentional, of course. What is curiosity without experimentation? You got to be willing to get out there a little bit. That's where you find the breakthroughs. Now, here's the thing. Experimenting is a very simple process. You stick two things together that you wouldn't otherwise expect to work, and you just see what happens. Think about it. Chocolate and peanut butter, Tom and Jerry, Kermit and Miss Piggy. Well, today, in the spirit of great innovations before us, we introduce you to soft serve and science. Now, one thing you're going to miss here, if you're just listening to us on the radio, we do have footage of me getting vanilla soft serve with pistachios on it all over my face and hands. If that's your thing, check out the video version up now on YouTube, or you can also just watch our YouTube live stream. If it's not your thing, here we go. Have a listen. Hey, Edgar B. Herwick III here, and this is our inaugural edition of Soft Serve with Scientists. The idea here is, can a big-brain scientist tell me all about their work and have me understand it in the time it takes us to eat a soft serve? Who do we have with us today? What's your name? What do you do here?
I'm Pablo Jarillo-Herrero, and I'm a physicist.
You're a physicist? What kind of physics do you do?
I do quantum materials.
What does that mean?
It means that I study materials with interesting quantum properties.
Okay, and what's your specialty in these quantum materials space? What is the thing that you do that nobody else really does?
The
thing that I do is called twistronics.
So is it like this? I mean, this is a twisted ice cream. How is it like this and not like this?
It's like this, but a million times thinner.
A million times thinner.
A million times thinner.
So very, very thin.
Yeah.
So what is twistronics all about?
It means we can change the properties of material, the electronic properties of materials, by changing the twist angle, the angle between materials.
The angle between materials. So
yes.
you twist materials together.
Yeah, we twist them all the time.
Okay, so what's special about it aside from the fact that they're very, very small? Very thin, at least, you say.
What happens is that we can take a material which has a certain property. For example, it's a conductor, but just a conductor. It conducts electricity. And by placing another two-dimensional material on top, it's important. This is done with two-dimensional materials, ultra-thin materials.
Two-dimensional materials.
1 atom thick.
One atom thick.
1 atom thick.
That's it. So we have two 1 atom thick materials. We stack them on top of each other. And then you just twist them together?
Yeah. And then we can make each, the combined two materials behave like any material in the universe.
Wait a minute, what do you mean, any material in the universe?
Well, I take a conductor.
Okay.
It's just a conductor.
Just a conductor. What's a regular conductor?
The one I use is called graphene, but for example, copper.
Copper.
But we don't do this with copper because copper is three-dimensional. It has to be two-dimensional.
Two-dimensional.
Like two cards, of a deck of cards. Okay. So we take two cards.
Yep.
And rather than placing them exactly on top of each other, like it happens when you make a deck of cards, we just twist them on top of each other.
You just twist them on top. How do you actually twist them? How do you do this?
Well, we take a long card, we cut it in two pieces, we take one and put it twisted on top of the other.
Okay. Had nobody thought to do this before? You're the first person to do this?
Some people have thought about it, but I found the magic angle.
What's the magic angle?
It's the angle that if you twist one on top of each other at that angle, 1.1 degrees.
1.1 degrees?
That's right, very precise. Then magic happens.
And what kind of magic can we do? I mean, it sounds, to hear you say we can make it behave like any material in the universe sounds incredibly useful and impressive, but I don't know if that's true or not. Is that true? And what are the kinds of things you can now do with this material that you can make behave like any material in the universe?
For example, we can take a conductor which is known as graphene, put it on top of itself twisted, and then we can make it behave like an insulator, so now it doesn't conduct electricity, or like a superconductor, it conducts electricity without dissipating energy, or like a magnet, like a kitchen magnet, or like any other property of any material in the universe.
That's crazy.
It is crazy.
What is it about the magic angle? Like, how does it work? Like, why does that happen?
Well, I brought a little toy here to show you. So, when we put, graphene on top of graphene, it's these little hexagons that you see here, okay?
Yeah.
And we put graphene on graphene. If we now twist it, you can see, I'm gonna do this, you can see that it forms a moire pattern, a special pattern.
Oh, neat.
And now, each of these big balls behaves like a superatom. And I can do chemistry with those superatoms without doing chemistry, actually. It's all electronic. Yeah.
So who wants this stuff and who's going to use this stuff? And what are they going to use it in?
Potentially, it could be useful for many things. Since we can do it all with just carbon, with just one material, right? We don't need rare earths, we don't need any other material.
So can we just stop using, I mean, in the future, can we stop using everything we're using to make all of the stuff that we make and just use this?
Not quite.
Not quite.
Yeah.
So not quite that.
Yeah. Partly because we don't know how to make these two-dimensional materials twistronics at scale.
I see.
Yeah. Right now, it's still basic science research. Physicists like me, we do it one device at a time. We need to make millions and millions of devices, all identical, working. But it's very hard because this is like, imagine you take kitchen plastic wrap.
Yep.
And you take 2 sheets of plastic wrap.
Yep.
You put them one on top of each other, twisted.
Yep.
But there cannot be a single wrinkle whatsoever.
Yeah.
Not even a atom thick wrinkle.
So
right?
how do you pull that off?
Controlled
conditions.
Ourselves, we do it. We know how to do it for one device.
What one device?
I mean, with one device at a time. You know,
I see.
I can put 2 graphene sheets, twisted at a magic angle. You know, I can do it once. It takes me 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
It takes that long?
Yeah.
Because you're just being that careful
to make
twisting
magic. It takes a lot of
It's magic here. Come on. I got it. So the idea is like to have a factory or something that can do this at scale is like you're way off
of
from
them.
that. I got it.
That's
I
right.
got it. So
But it's the beginning. So
okay. What's the first stuff you like? Let's imagine you get to some level of scale.
Yeah.
What's the first couple of things that, you know, like who would be most excited about this coming online and saying like, oh, once you guys figure out how to make this stuff, I want it?
There are many things that one can do. One can do, for example, the most sensitive detectors of light. Okay? And not visible light, but light that we cannot see with the eye, which is they're much harder to make detectors, good detectors for that.
For like ultraviolet and infrared light?
No, for infrared, for low energy light. Yeah.
I see.
Infrared or terahertz or
So people who
microwaves.
make telescopes would want this?
Yeah, astronomers would love to have those, yes.
Okay, who else?
We can also make devices now that consume much less energy than the devices we use now for AI. So there are these devices called neuromorphic devices, neuro as in neurons.
Neuromorphic.
Neuromorphic.
So they morph your brain.
That's right. The idea is we want to compute like our brain does, which is, you know, thousands of times more energy efficient than our data centers are.
Yep.
So we can make neuromorphic devices which have never been done before with this two-dimensional twistronics. And if we manage to do them at scale, potentially we could use a lot less energy in our data centers.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. And producing a lot less heat, a lot less like impact, all of that stuff.
That's right.
How did you even begin to start being the person who's figuring this out and solving this problem? How did you come to this?
Well, in the history of material science, we have never been able to change the angle between planes. Nature doesn't allow you to do that. But if you have two-dimensional materials, like a card out of a deck of cards, now I can just take one and put it on top of another one.
Yeah.
We weren't able to do that before, but now we can do it.
Does it, I mean, it sort of feels a little bit like alchemy, you know what I mean?
It totally is, except that it's the opposite, you know. There's this thing, you know, medieval alchemists, they try to find this thing called the philosopher's stone.
Yeah.
That everything that you touch, you turn it into gold.
Yeah.
This is the same, except the other way around.
How so?
Because we have one material, carbon, for example, graphene, and with that, we can make everything else. Rather than turning everything into gold, is we turn one thing, carbon, into everything else. So it's an inverse philosopher's stone, and because it's a quantum material, it's a quantum inverse philosopher's stone.
How long have you been working on this?
15 years now.
15 years. So in that time period, over those 15 years, were there moments where you were just like, I'm going to give up because this is not possible?
Well, the truth is that we didn't know we were going to find this inverse philosopher's stone.
Oh, really?
No.
What did you think you were going to find?
No, we were just curious. We've never been able to change the angle between materials. whenever you explore or look at something where you've never been able to do it, interesting things are going to happen. So we were sort of like explorers in the jungle trying to find something interesting. We had a sense that something interesting might happen, but what we found was 10 times more interesting than we thought.
Who was the first person you told when you worked this out and you were like, I did it, we can do it? Who did you tell?
We did it, my graduate students and I. So we were all sharing there, and we had this moment where we nearly started crying. We couldn't believe that this would happen. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Do your friends and family understand what it is you do, or like when you tell them what you do?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
My family, they're not scientists, but I tell them, what graphene is, it's a one atom thick material.
Yeah.
This analogy with the deck of cards and the cards. So
they kind of get it. I feel like I kind of get it. What's the next thing for you now that you've sort of worked this out? What are you going to be working on looking forward?
Well, we can do 2 cards on top of each other, or we can do 3 or 4 or 5, and the properties change all the time.
Yeah.
So we also have many types of cards. Mostly we've been using a card made of carbon atoms called graphene, but we can do this with many other materials that we have one atom thick cards. So we can do this with all kinds of materials to realize even more exotic behaviors. And the cool thing is to discover a new, it's called face of matter, a new behavior that didn't exist at all before. That's like the coolest thing.
Why do you think that's so cool?
Because you find out something that is completely unknown, that no one had ever imagined, ever worked with, ever done. And that to me is very exciting.
Is that what keeps you coming to work every day, is just like chasing that feeling?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Cheers.
Cheers.
There you go. Twist, what's it called?
Twistronics, for twist electronics.
Twistronics. I get it.
All right, so we need to do another one.
Really? Are you serious? Because it was too messy?
No, it was great.
Thanks to the Curiosity Desk video production team for their help putting that together. Again, if you want to watch that interview in its 4K glory, head to youtube.com/GBH News or our daily live stream. Oh, and congratulations to Pablo for winning the prestigious Kavli Prize for his research in twistronics. A couple of YouTube comments on that. Thanks for this. Edgar is making a huge mess with his melting ice cream. Guilty as charged for sure. Another person says, now I need ice cream. Sorry, not sorry. And another says, no napkins. Typical men. There were, I will say at least Pablo had napkins. But me, I'm not sure that I did. Sort of guilty as charged there. Well, just ahead, we've got an expert in dog behavior and an expert in cat behavior here to help us better understand our four-legged counterparts. Plus, 4 things you might have missed. This is the Curiosity Desk. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, Paranormal Activity has been reactivated, this time on stage. Playwright Levi Holloway transforms the hit horror film's slow-building dread into a live theatrical experience, where darkness, sound, and illusion all do the haunting. As it opens at the Emerson Colonial Theatre pre-Broadway, Holloway joins us about the art of frightening an audience in real time. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Boston Ski and Tennis, helping New England families stay active this summer by offering a range of racket sports products and services, with locations in Newton and Westboro or online at bostonskiandtennis.com. And Roto-Rooter, providing plumbing, drain cleaning, and water cleanup services in North America since 1935. 24/7 emergency services available. Service information and scheduling can be found at rotorooter.com.
You are listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We are streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Well, with me right now in studio is intrepid Curiosity Desk producer Rachel Armani. Hey, Rachel.
Hi.
Hey, Rachel, it's pretty hot outside today.
It is hot out. I'm not like dressed.
I know.
I'm literally wearing a turtleneck.
You are in a turtleneck and a sweater. I'm not sure what that's all about. Did you go
cold in
to
here.
So did you go to Dunkin' Donuts this morning? I know you sometimes are a Dunkin' Donuts.
I do dabble. I didn't go today, but sometimes I go.
So
every now and then.
when it is hot outside, or I guess when it's cold outside, what's a typical order for you at Dunkin' Donuts?
Okay, so I am not typical New Englander. I do get hot coffee a lot.
Oh, okay.
But I know we have a big allegiance to iced coffee.
Iced coffee. In fact, did you know that today, thank you for that setup, finally we got there, is a huge day in the history of ice cubes, much to the chagrin of the former ice barons here in New England.
Oh, the ice barons. That's
Yes,
very
you know it?
interesting.
Okay,
topic.
stick with me here. Now picture it, Florida. A physician, former mayor and former postmaster turned semi-crackpot inventor,
Wow.
has a Bastille Day party.
Okay, sounds fun.
And at this party, Rachel, he serves champagne.
A little bubbly. We love to
Little
see
bubbly.
it.
And this champagne that he serves is on ice.
Okay, so that seems like a pretty normal thing to do.
Only it was not normal because this was 1850.
Okay, tell me more.
Okay, so ice at this point in 1850, ice was very expensive, and that's largely, and especially in places like Florida, it's largely because it was farmed, quote unquote, here in the lakes of New England and then sent out to the world. By July, obviously, it would have been hard to keep ice melted that whole time, so it was tough to come by. But on this day, July 14th, back in 1850, at a party thrown by Dr. John Gorey, he first demonstrated that his brand new invention, an ice making machine, actually worked.
Wow. Okay, so I see why he's making the ice barons upset.
Indeed, yeah, he cut into their world. Although he eventually got the first U.S. patent for his ice making machine the next year, but he never really profited. He tried to make a business of it, couldn't make the business side work, and in fact, he died pretty poor. But he did lay the groundwork for all of those iced coffees that we drink here in New England during hot days and even in the winter.
Wow, I love that. That's a very cool story,
Oh, I see what you did there.
But, I really want to know what's going on right now in 2026. And for that, I always turn to one person.
Tziperman
Lotan. Oh, it's the long one.
The double
Hi,
bugle.
great to be here.
Hey, Gal.
Double bugles. I'll try to live up to that.
So you got some news for us today?
Yes.
What do you got?
So I want to start by talking about Louisa Gagg. She's a transportation planner who worked for the city of Boston who was killed last week. A truck driver hit her while she was riding her bike by Roxbury Crossing. Now, her job was to help expand the city's bike share program, and she also spent some time working for the Livable Streets Alliance on how to stop traffic deaths. Our colleague Craig Lamalt talked to some of her friends and former colleagues. Here's Stacey Thompson, who's the former executive director of Livable Streets.
It's so important to us right now for her life to not be reduced to how she stopped living.
Thompson said that Gagg was also a Boston Latin school kid who grew up in Rosendale and, quote, the most infectious, hilarious person you've ever met. If you want to see video of her in life, we have one from 2019 of her talking about her work, linked in today's newsletter, which you can find at gbh.org/daily.
It's a sad story, but a poignant little thing in our newsletter there, so I'll have to check that out. What else is happening today?
So the more than 4,000 Brigham and Women's Hospital nurses who went on strike last week are back at work now.
Here we go.
They were technically only on strike for one day, but hospital management hired temporary replacements and told staff nurses not to come back for another 5 days.
Yep.
So now the nurses are back at work, but they still don't have a contract.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. So hospital management and the Massachusetts Nurses Association have been going back and forth over the wages, how much nurses have to pay for health insurance, and how many nurses are on staff at the hospital.
Yeah. Our newsroom has been following the story, and I guess, we're going to keep an eye on it.
Stay on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so stay with me because this next one is going to get a little bit complicated.
Okay, you're going to clarify for us.
Yes.
So here we go. Take us there, Gal.
Michael Walsh is a Republican writing for the state attorney general's office.
Okay.
Part of running for statewide office in Massachusetts is getting 10,000 people to sign your nomination papers saying, hey, we want this person.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
Walsh's campaign submitted 10,677 signatures.
So he got there.
But then, executive director of the state's Democratic Party, his name is Adam Roof, challenged a little over 1,000 of those signatures.
Challenged them how?
Yeah, so Roof said that some of them looked like they had been written by the same person.
Oh,
some of them
just making names up.
Some of they were all. It seems like they were all real people, but some of them didn't match the names of registered voters. Part of the list was almost identical to a list that came from Ann Manning Martin, a Republican candidate for lieutenant governor, and both these candidates hired the same signature gatherer. Manning Martin's signatures have their own legal case.
Okay, so if he started with 10,600, but 1,000 of those get thrown out, that sounds like it puts him below the 10,000 mark.
Yes, so that's what a Superior Court judge said last week. He also said it amounted to, quote, substantial evidence in the record of voter fraud.
Okay.
But Walsh will still be on the Republican primary ballot in September.
All right, so now I'm a little lost.
Yeah.
How do you get on there?
Yeah, so the judge said that Adam Roof, that's the Democratic Party official who submitted the complaint, he didn't follow all the procedures. Specifically, he didn't submit his challenge by certified mail.
Actually?
Yeah, apparently the rules are the rules when it comes to that.
Okay, so, all right, so on procedural...
Yes.
The challenge, even though the challenge, they were like, yeah, that challenge is probably good. You didn't make the challenge in the right way, therefore it doesn't matter. And so now it's all like it was fine in the beginning.
More or less, yes. This is still obviously something that voters will know, but not something that has, gone through the proper channels in the official record.
Cross your T's and dot your I's.
Exactly. That's the lesson.
That is the lesson here. What else? You got one more for us?
Yes, of course. So you know the Quabbin Reservoir?
The
big man-made lake in the middle of the state that supplies water to a lot of us in the eastern part of Massachusetts.
Rest in peace, Enfield and the other towns that were eliminated from Massachusetts to make way for that reservoir. I did a story years ago about these 4 towns that used to be there, and they cleared all the towns up. But people who had resided there, or like people who were children of people who resided, they still get together and do stuff. It's kind of cool.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. And so this reservoir still has impact on the towns around it, right? So not the towns that were flooded to make room for it, but the people who still live around there, they are limited in what they can build around it since they have to keep the reservoir water clean. Sure. And that means their tax base tends to be smaller since they can't build too much. They can't have too much industry, too much housing, any of that.
So the property tax is not what they could be.
Exactly. And the state gives them some money to pay for public services like police, fire, and schools.
Okay.
But residents say they don't really get a great deal. And they flooded into the Massachusetts Water Resources Authority meeting last week to ask to renegotiate.
They flooded. Very nicely done.
I know my audience.
So what's the upshot of the renegotiation?
So as of right now, they're not officially getting one, but we will see what happens as they continue to advocate for that.
Awesome. Right. Well, that is Gal Tziperman Lotan, who writes our email newsletter, the GBH Daily. You can subscribe for free at gbh.org/daily.
Gal, Rachel, thank you both.
Thank you.
When we return, yes, it's officially time. Ask the dog and cat behaviorists. This is your chance to get an answer to the question, why is my cat obsessed with my feet? Get those calls and texts ready. The number, 877-301-8970. That's 877-301-8970. Give us a call. This is the Curiosity Desk. Don't go away.
If it matters in Massachusetts, it's on In Common. This weekend in Northampton, a little bit off the beaten path, on the outskirts of Salem, from across Massachusetts and around New England. With reporting from 3 newsrooms across the Commonwealth, you'll get a statewide perspective you won't find anywhere else. What's happening, why it matters, and how it connects us, from the Berkshires to the Bay. Listen to In Common, Saturdays at 2 on GBH 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you
and the Massachusetts Educational Financing Authority, committed to simplifying college planning for families over 45 years with trusted guidance, interactive tools, step-by-step videos, and more. MEFA.org. And Commonwealth Shakespeare Company, presenting A Midsummer Night's Dream. This summer's free Shakespeare on the Boston Common. Shakespeare's classic comedy is transported to a neon-lit festival escape, July 22nd through August 9th. comshakes.org.
You are listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We are streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Well, back by popular demand, it is time for Ask the Dog and Cat Behaviorist. Yes, we did this last month, and we had a backlog of questions we couldn't get to last time. We'll try to get to some of those this time. Why does my cat like dogs but not other cats? Why won't my dog stop jumping on the counter? Wait, what? Anyway, don't worry, we're going to get to those. We're going to take yours. We're going to favor yours if you want to get them in now. So give us a call or a text right now, 877-301-8970. That's the number, 877-301-8970. All your pet-related questions alongside a cat and dog behaviorist. So I'm going to welcome them in now. Joining us are Rachel Geller, founder of All Cats All the Time, and Kate Bigger, owner of High Fidelity Dogs. Rachel, Kate, thanks for being with us here on the Curiosity Desk.
Hi, Edgar. Thanks for having us.
Okay, so really quick before we get to the calls, and they're coming in fast and furious already here. Rachel, tell us about All Cats All the Time. What's it about?
All Cats All the Time is my nonprofit, and what I do is I make sure that there is never a financial barrier preventing people from keeping their cats. So I work with cat behavior, I do medical assists, I provide care for cats who may need veterinary care. I'll pay for that. And last year I kept over 1,000 cats in their home who were going to be surrendered.
Amazing. You're getting the thumbs up there from Kate. Kate, tell us about High Fidelity Dogs.
High Fidelity Dogs is a 2,400 square foot doggy wonderland in Everett.
Doggy Wonderland.
Mhm.
I'm in. You sold me.
Great. So we specialize in agility training and scent detection training for dogs. We also help dogs with aggression issues and lunging, barking, call it reactivity on leash. We do a lot of that too. And enrichment, help with vet visits, anything that can help us have our dogs happier and healthier.
That's really great. All right, let's just jump right into this with the questions. One of the things I like to say about us here at the Curiosity Desk is there is no question too big, no question too small, no question too weird. And so we're going to start in the weird category. This one is for you, Kate. This is from Paul in Salem, who's texted, "Why is my dog hell-bent on rolling around on a road-flattened, several days old dead pigeon?"
Oh, it's so gross.
So Paul in Salem wants to know why his dog wants to roll around on a dead pigeon.
Yeah, I don't know, but it really smells really bad. And yesterday, my dog rolled on a dead snake.
Really?
Oh, 100%. So they do have scent glands in the back on their the shoulder blades on the back, and they can scent things with their own shoulder blades. There's 100,000 theories why they do this. I just know they need a bath later.
But it's not atypical. Then.
It is not.
So if you see your pet doing this, you don't have to be like, I need to get this pet a brain scan. There's something wrong with
No,
him.
I think it's just being a dog.
Okay.
Once again, a dog.
The life of a dog. All right, we're going to go to the phone lines right now. We got Teddy in Amesbury. Teddy, welcome to the Curiosity Desk. You got a dog or cat question?
I've got a cat question.
All right, cat question. Rachel, you're up. Go ahead, Teddy.
All right. So unfortunately, my cat tends to poop on the wood floors outside of the litter box on a regular basis. Even with the cat litter boxes being cleaned, continues to do that.
When you say,
I'm trying to figure out what. Yep.
Yeah, Teddy, when you say outside of the litter box, do you mean the cat understands where the litter box is and goes near it and just does it right outside of the cat litter box? Or when you say outside the cat litter box, do you mean any old place that the cat wants to?
Any old place, but she does her number one she does in the litter box. We haven't had any issues with that. It's just the poop.
All right, Rachel, I'm going to turn to you here. You got any theories what's going on here with Teddy's cat? What's your cat's name, Teddy? Penny.
Yes, I can help with that. So the pooping position for a cat is the cat's most vulnerable position. And we need to remember that cats are predators, but they are also prey. So they have an instinct to protect themselves, and that instinct is particularly strong when the cat is in that vulnerable pooping position. So what I want you to do is a type of real estate reality check and see if your boxes are in a location where the cat does not have clear, clean sight lines, ample visual warning time, and potential for escape. So, for example, if your box is in a corner, to the cat, that's two visual fields that are being completely blocked. If the box is under something, that's another visual field that's being blocked. If the cat litter box is in a cabinet or it's a covered box, then there is zero visual warning time, zero potential for escape. All visual fields are blocked. And worse, the cat knows there's only one way in and out. So if there were to be some type of invader or encroacher, the only means of escape would be right into that other cat or opponent's face.
All right. What do we make, if anything, of the fact that, in this case, Teddy says Penny will go number one there, but not number two. It still could impact why they would do one and not the other?
Absolutely. Again, the pooping position is the most vulnerable. It's the hardest for the cat to stop what he's doing and get out of the box. They are lower in their position in the way that they're going. So even a box that has sides that are rather high, they might be able to see over that side when they're peeing, but not be able to see over their sides when they're pooping. So anything that blocks any visual field is going to set up that cat's instinct to avoid that area.
All right, good stuff. Teddy has left the line, but hopefully that is some helpful tips for you from Rachel and what to do with your cat, Penny. All right, we're going to stay with the phones. We've got Mary in Marion. Mary, welcome to the Curiosity Desk. You have a dog or a cat question for us?
I have a dog question.
Dog question.
And hello, Cat and the Curiosity Desk team. I am the very faithful Mary on the YouTube stream.
Oh, Mary, we love you. We love you, Mary. We couldn't do it without you.
If I may, I actually have a theory about the first caller's situation.
You have a theory about the first call? Go ahead. Yeah, sure.
Since dogs are predators, when they roll in a dead carcass, they're covering up their own scent.
Covering up their own scent. What do you make of that?
Sure. Sure.
Kate says that could
sure.
be it.
but also then they really smell like a dead thing. So
yeah.
There's 100,000 theories out there. Sure.
All right, we love you, Mary. We love your theory. What's your question?
Penny, if I may ask my question.
Yeah.
So I have a dog that used to sleep in my bed with me, and several months ago he stopped and he prefers to sleep in his own bed.
Okay.
But now, several times a month, about 3:30 in the morning, he will come up on the bed and start poking at me or put his face in my face to like wake me up. And I do wake up and I greet him, and then he won't stay. He just goes back to his bed. It's like he's trying to make sure I'm alive or something. And I'm usually pretty good at figuring out what my pets are thinking, but I have no idea what's going on with him. Do you have any ideas?
Mary, what kind of dog is it, and what's the dog's name?
He's a Yorkie, and his name is Chewy.
Chewy the Yorkie. That could not possibly be cuter.
So cute. So how old is Chewy?
Chewy is at least 11.
Okay.
I've had him 10 years.
Yeah, so
He's
a little bit older. And can he get on and off your bed pretty easily?
I have stairs for him.
Oh, good for you. That's a great answer. So I don't know exactly what's going on, anytime there's a change in behavior, and if he slept with you for 10 years and now isn't and prefers his dog bed, that's something that's interesting. And that then he comes up and kind of checks on you. I think that you're right, that it's almost either he needs a little bit of reassurance in the middle of the night, or that maybe you're snoring and he's like, or something's going on and he's like, hey, are you okay? Does that check with you?
Perhaps. I don't know that I snore, but I could.
Yeah,
Maybe this is how you're finding out.
But it does seem like he's looking for some reassurance, and it may be just to make sure you're okay.
I love this sleep apnea theory, this snoring or sleep apnea. Mary, I think you should go see a sleep scientist just in case, because I want you to sleep well and safely.
This phone call might save your life.
What do you think, Mary?
Wouldn't you do it more often, though, if it were my snoring?
Maybe you're not snoring all the time, Mary. We just don't know. All right, so...
I think it's him wanting reassurance of some sort as opposed to me disturbing his sleep.
Yeah, he's looking for some sort of reassurance, and you could, if you wanted to, also experiment with leaving a small light on just to make sure he's not waking up. He's a little older now, maybe his eyesight isn't as sharp as before. That may also help, or leaving on a white noise machine, something like that, to see if there's any change in his behavior.
All right, Mary, here's what I want you to do, Mary. If you can, between now and next month, I want you to sort of introduce some of these ideas that you just got here from Kate, and give us a call back next month and give us an update on how Chewy's doing. Also, is Chewy short for Chewbacca, or is it just Chewy?
Nope, it sure is short for Chewbacca.
Very nice. Love that Star Wars connection.
Looks like him when he's not groomed, and Chew for dogs and Baka. But the Baka only works with the Boston accent because no one else would pronounce Baka that way.
Does Chewy do the roar? Does Chewy do the Chewbacca roar? Do you, Mary? Can you give us a Chewbacca? No? All right. No. Thanks for the call, Mary. We'll talk to you next month. This is the Curiosity Desk. We're fielding cat and dog related questions with our cat and dog behaviorists here. 877-301-8970 is the number to call or text. That's 877-301-8970. We're going to go to the text lines. We've got a cat question here. Why does my 18-year-old cat Mia still keep campaigning for food and water even after I place a fresh food and water bowl right in front of her? I got to leave the room for her to stop.
Well, an 18-year-old cat is going to have some
quirky behaviors.
Perhaps, yes. Or as I like to say, they may have their own little endearing little qualities. So as cats get older...
I like that framing better than mine.
Yes, and that's important as a cat behaviorist because many people start to lose hope and they may be considering rehoming or getting rid of their cat. So I do always like to frame things in the best light possible. So an 18-year-old cat, their senses are not as good. They can't taste as well. They can't hear as well. And worse, because their bodies are slowing down, they may have some pains. They, again, feel very vulnerable to predators. And cats' instincts, if your cat lived like in the wild and wasn't an indoor cat, they would eat smaller meals more frequently during the day. And this is a way, again, to protect themselves and to make sure they're always going to have enough food in response to the fact that maybe they might not be able to find food the next day. So older cats do tend to take a little bit, go away, take a little bit, go away. And it's basically safety, security, and instinct.
All right. That is Rachel Geller, founder of All Cats All the Time. We're also in studio with Kate Bigger, owner of High Fidelity Dogs. We're taking your questions about your cat and dog's behaviors. 877-301-8970. I'm going to stay with cats. Another texter has a pretty simple question here. Are black cats sweeter than other cats? Ours is extra sweet, and another one we had in the past was also sweet. This is from Rom in Worcester.
Of course, black cats are the
Really?
sweetest of all
No,
cats.
come on.
Well, there is a theory, and it's a theory that many of us cat lovers have perpetuated.
And witches, cat lovers and witches, perpetuating that black cats are sweeter.
Well, I'll address the witches part next. But
great.
The sweetness is due to the fact that black cats do tend to be the cats who are least likely to be adopted. They are the cats who are left behind in shelters. They are the cats who people pass over because they may not have all the coloring and the markings of some other cats. And to people coming into shelters, they tend to be the least likely to be adopted.
Wow.
And to factor in the witch thing, there is a huge worry every year when people adopt around Halloween because there are people who sadly will abuse black cats based on all of those myths and
it actually happens. People can't separate that in their head and say like this is just superstition. They actually hurt black cats.
Yes, they do. So much so that there are many shelters and rescues who will not adopt black cats around that time of year.
I cannot believe that is awful.
It is awful.
Shame on us.
100%. It's going to make me cry just thinking about it. So I'm going to wrap up and say that black cats, I think, are often perceived as so sweet because the expectations for them are lower, and shelters will want to perpetuate that. idea that there's something special about a black cat
Oh, man.
to sort of aid and abet getting them into good homes.
You fully sold. I am so team black cat right now.
Absolutely.
I did not see this coming today.
And I have a
gotta be honest
lovely
with you.
panther myself. You know, I always try to adopt the cats who nobody else wants because I'm a cat behaviorist. So I've adopted a lot of aggressive cats, a lot of cats with behavior problems, and I always make sure I have at least one black cat in my mix.
That's nice. All right, Kate Bigger, owner of High Fidelity Dogs, we're bringing you back into the fold, and we're going to the phones with Linda in Kingston, who's got a dog question. Welcome to Curiosity Desk, Linda. Go ahead.
Hi. So I have a almost 7-year-old dachshund named Sansa, miniature dachshund.
Wait, named what?
And she's Sansa.
Sansa. Game of Thrones
Sansa,
fan, are
like
you?
that.
Are you like after
Yes.
Sansa Stark? Oh, excellent. Nice. Okay.
Yes.
Keep going.
And she's very well trained. She uses a pee pad in the house versus going out in the yard for various reasons. But she has a bell to ring. She's very good at that. But she has taken recently to like going into. She's also crate trained. She sleeps in a crate at night, and she goes in sometime in the evening and pees in the crate. And last week she pulled the blanket out and peed on the mattress. So she's been doing things like that. And so now I'm closing the crate. And then last night she peed on another bed that's in the house that had a blanket on, and she peed on the blanket. And this is kind of new behavior.
Yeah. So anytime we
annoying.
have, yes, so annoying, and especially when it's a middle-aged dog, you think, okay, we've got our bases covered, right?
She's a middle-aged dog. Oh
no! No, she's going to live forever. She's going to live forever. They're going to live to their 50 at least. I promise.
That's right.
So the thing is, dogs they pee on their. They have a preferred substrate, right? What's under their paws? What it feels like.
Substrate is what's under their paws.
Yeah, like the
so they
floor.
have a texture.
Yeah.
They have a texture that they like to pee on.
Absolutely. So.
Okay.
And it's not that they necessarily, maybe not like, but they're used to peeing on it. So, for example, every spring when we have a lot of snow, there's puppy owners searching for the last pile of snow because their puppies won't pee anyplace else.
Oh wow!
Because
they get used. They go
get
like
used
this.
to it.
This is what's under my feet when I pee.
Yeah, exactly. I've actually had owners get their dog into a car to go pee, like it's to find the last snowbank to pee on. It's terrible. So I think your dog is, if you're using pee pads for your dog, is that right?
Yes.
So they're soft, and that same texture can be on the blankets, on the bed, right? On towels. So we're seeing a pattern here of something soft under her feet. Why she's choosing to now not use the pee pads is the question I have. Have anything changed about the location or the busyness of the area where the pee pads are?
Nope, it's in a back hall. Nothing's changed. She uses it fine. All day long she uses it fine.
And then she also at night goes into the bed or the bank or the blankets.
And then and at night all of a sudden I'll be like, how come she won't go pee? And then I'll start looking around.
And find out where it is.
I have a lot of rugs. She
Yeah.
never pees on the rug.
So it's all that like soft stuff, like the soft blankets and things like that.
I think your blankets are too nice.
Yeah,
so you need to get scratchier
Yeah,
blankets.
scratchy wool blankets. So what you could do is you could take her back there at night right now. Just go back a little bit to kindergarten. Take a tasty treat with you. Cue her to pee and just remind her. Also, again, maybe is that light on in that hallway? Is there some sort of lighting?
Yes.
Great. That's great. So
I'm with her when she pees. Like, I'm always with her when she pees and poos.
Yeah.
I let her in. She has to ring a bell and she goes in.
Got it.
Or I ask her. Because
Yeah.
I'm like,
So why don't you go back a step or two, re-cue her, just like she was in kindergarten again, and give her a little tasty treat when she does. And let's see if that helps.
Okay. I will try that.
Okay, try it.
All right, Linda, good luck. Good luck to you and to Sansa. I'm going to go back to the text line here, and we've got a cat question. Ariana in Brighton says that her cat, Tito, will scratch at her when she's being pet by hand, but she loves being pet by foot. So if Ariana pets her cat Tito with her foot, everything is kosher. If she pets her with her hand, Tito will scratch her. Do you have any idea, Rachel, what might be going on here?
Well, let's put this back into the category of endearing little qualities. So there are cats who are actually what is called hand shy. they
Hand shy.
hand shy. And for whatever reason, we may never know something that happened to them along the way. Cats have very good memories, and if something happened to them along the way that involved a human hand, they may not be so quick to accept that again. But clearly, your cat does like touch. So this is my suggestion. I would like you to start using, instead of your hand, something that's called a petting wand.
A petting wand.
A petting wand. And basically that is some sort of stick. It can be a yardstick or a ruler or even the other side of a wand toy.
Okay, so you don't have to like go to Amazon and buy something called a petting wand. You just use something as a petting wand.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, you could buy a petting wand, but you don't have to.
Okay.
So any type of long wand. And on one end, I want you to put a child-sized fleece mitten on that one end of the stick. And you're going to use the stick to pet the cat rather than your hand. So this gets the cat used to the idea that petting feels good with something other than your foot, and your hand is not that far away, but it's far away that it's far enough away from the cat's teeth and your flesh that you're not going to get hurt. So you're going to use that petting wand. Let's say you're using a ruler or a yardstick, and once he accepts that, you're going to move your hand a little closer to where the mitten is, and once he accepts that, you're going to move the hand another inch or two toward where that mitten is, and gradually and incrementally get closer and closer. Yes.
All right. That sounds, that sounds like a good plan. Good luck, Ariana. I hope that helps you out. This is the Curiosity Desk. This is our Ask the Dog and Cat Behaviorist time here on the air. We're joined by Rachel Geller, founder of All Cats All the Time, and Kate Bigger, owner of High Fidelity Dogs. We're taking your texts and questions, 877-301-8970. We're going to go back to the phones. We got Jackie in Salem with a question about your dog. Hi, Jackie. Welcome to the Curiosity Desk. What's your question?
Oh, hi. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. So I adopted an 11-year-old dog about 2 months ago.
Oh, good for you.
She's a sweetheart. Her name is Jenny, and she's about 27 pounds. They think she's a mix between a corgi, a chihuahua, and maybe a cattle dog. And unfortunately, she came from the South. She was a street dog in Alabama, and she was rescued. She lived on a pig farm, and then she found a way up to Senior Dog Rescue in New Hampshire. And then she was rescued by a lady in Marblehead who actually passed away. And so the dog has been displaced a few times, and she was taken care of by foster, and then we got her about 2 months ago through the shelter. And she's a wonderful dog, and we've really bonded. However, she's suffering from separation anxiety to the extent that if I try to leave her, and I do have a camera, she barks and winces and barks and winces and cries until I get home. I've only left her for about an hour. And I watch her on camera, and I see her behavior. She's not destructive, but she's just barking and crying. And I didn't know if you had any helpful tips.
I do. So you can understand why she's like upset when you leave. She's had so much. And again, thank you so much for adopting a senior dog. There are so many senior dogs that need homes. And people say, especially people who've just recently lost a pet that was looking for another dog, they say, oh, I can't deal with the heartbreak again. But those dogs need someplace to land softly. And she sounds like she landed in a great spot with you. So good for you. So one of the things you can do is you can make sure she's well exercised before you leave, and then do practice departures where you actually don't go anywhere. You just go to the door, open it, and say, oops, I forgot. I need to check my email. And she's probably going to get up and circle you and be like, where are you going? Where are you going? You're like, oh, I'm not going anywhere. I have to check my email. And we want to basically bore her to death about you leaving. And it does take, for some dogs, it takes many practices of this. But what you want to see is that every time you go towards the door and you have this practice, that she's just a little bit less interested in what you're doing. Dogs with separation anxiety are typically the best dogs because they just want to be with us. They're so good. And it breaks their heart when we leave. And in true separation anxiety cases, it actually causes them to panic. Doesn't sound like that's the case with her, but she's still not happy. You could also talk to your vet about some medication to help for the next maybe 6 months transition, because I find training plus meds for this particular separation
kind of
anxiety.
situation, yeah, where there's clearly like a reason why it might be happening.
Clearly a reason. And even when it's not so clear, for separation anxiety behaviors, meds and training really help. And there's some great books online if you take a look for separation anxiety training. There's not a bad one. They're all very good. It just can take some work to get her to be very bored about you leaving.
All right, Jackie. Good luck getting Jenny very bored about you leaving. Rachel, sort of similar cat question on text here. Hi, my cat gets upset when I'm behind a closed door and will scream until she's let in. What can I do to calm her down?
So yes, it's similar.
Meds and training?
So again, this is a form of separation anxiety. Most cats want to know where you are at all times. So what we want to do is get that cat desensitized to the fact that you may not always be visible or present. And desensitized is just a big fancy word meaning the cat will get used to it. So what you want to do is work your way up. So go into your room, close the door, wait about 5 or 10 minutes, come back out, give your cat all kinds of affection and love and treats, and you're such a good boy. And do sessions a few times during the day when you go into that room, close the door, 5 minutes later, come out, praise and rewards. And then move it up to 10 minutes. Same thing. Then move it up to 20 minutes. Same thing. So the idea is you teach your cat that I'm behind the closed door, nothing catastrophic happened, the world didn't crash down around me, it's okay, maybe it's not such a big deal.
All right, final quick questions for you both because we're just about out of time. For you, Kate, my 6-year-old lab mix licks my husband's feet every evening when we're sitting at the couch watching TV. Why? Kelly and Quincy asks.
Dogs have a great sense of smell, and feet are pretty stinky.
There you go.
So they'll clean it off for your husband.
All right, final one for you, Rachel. Some brave soul anonymous has said, I'm ashamed and I will never admit this in front of authorities, but when my cat started scratching and biting me, I bit her back one time and she never did it again. Good move? Bad move? What do you say, Rachel?
This wouldn't be something that I would advocate, but if it works for you, it ain't broke, I guess don't fix it.
If it works, it works. So I guess sometimes it's okay to bite back. Okay. We've been speaking with our resident dog and cat behaviorist, Rachel Geller, founder of All Cats All the Time, and Kate Bigger, owner of High Fidelity Dogs. If you're looking for some additional consulting, you can find Kate at highfidelitydogs.com and Rachel at drrachelcatbehavior.com. Rachel and Kate, thank you so much for being with us here.
Thanks so much, Edgar.
You're welcome. I had a perfect experience.
Oh, see what you did there. Now I turn to Jared Bowen. I was going to try to segue, but since the last thing we were talking about was about biting and biting back, I'm not even going to touch that.
Yeah, I know cats well enough to know how that's going to go if you bite the cat. I don't think it's going to end well.
Jared Bowen, of course, of The Culture Show, which is coming your way just in a couple of minutes. What's on the show today, Jared?
So you might know the film Paranormal Activity, the very frightening film Paranormal Activity. Well, it's coming to the stage at the Emerson Colonial Theatre for a pre-Broadway run, so we'll talk about the frights on stage at the theater. Mahesh Daas, our regular contributor, president of the Boston Architectural College, has just been to the Obama Presidential Center, so he'll weigh in on the controversies around it and then his own experience walking the campus and the building. And then we'll go to the world's largest Armenian photographic archive for a new exhibition about a man who spent the better part of, well, really 17 visits there documenting Armenian society over the last 10, 20 years.
Wow. It's another great one coming your way. That's Jared Bowen and The Culture Show in just under 2 minutes, so don't go anywhere. As for us, that about does it for now. Curiosity Desk, we're produced by Aidan Connolly, Rachel Armani, Olivia Corcio, and Hannah Loss. Our intern is Mukta Dharmapurkar, Patty Daniels, Jamie Bologna. Our engineer is John the Claw Parker. Special thanks to Andrew Massawa and Cullen Cockrell. We'll be right back here in 23 short hours. Streaming at youtube.com and on the air on 89.7. You can check out the podcast if you don't want to wait that long. Until next time, I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Stay curious out there.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show. Next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Morningside Music Bridge, returning to Boston. The summer program shines a spotlight on young classical musicians from around the world, with concerts now through August 7th at New England Conservatory. mmb.international. Black holes are the most fascinating objects in the universe, with the power to destroy stars and planets. But what else do we know about them? Find out on Nova, Black Hole Universe, tomorrow at 9 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, Paranormal Activity. The low-budget horror film Experiment became a nearly $200 million sensation and changed how we experience terror. Now playwright Levi Holloway is bringing the thriller to the stage at the Emerson Colonial Theatre, reimagining the franchise's slow-building dread through live illusion, sound, and suspense. We have a paranormal preview. From there, Chicago's newest landmark is also redefining the presidential library. Fresh from a visit to the Obama Presidential Center, Mahesh Daas talks about its dual role as museum and civic hub, and we'll get his take on a building that's been described as everything from a mesmerizing monument to a mausoleum. And a newspaper assignment led photographer Winslow Martin to Armenia in 1999, a trip that changed his life. Through nearly 20 return visits, his black and white images document daily life alongside the transformation of a newly independent republic. It's all on view in a new exhibition presented by the world's largest Armenian photographic archive. That's all right now on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. When Paranormal Activity hit movie theaters in 2009, it turned a suburban bedroom and a camera trained on a sleeping couple into the stuff of nightmares. Shot for about $15,000, the independent film forced audiences to study the stillness and a growing understanding that an unseen presence was invading the couple's bedroom with increasing menace. It became a nearly $200 million sensation and launched a franchise spanning 6 sequels. Now playwright Levi Holloway has reimagined Paranormal Activity for the stage, where he introduces us to a new couple and a new haunting. Directed by Sleep No More co-creator Felix Barrett, the play is now on stage at the Emerson Colonial Theatre for a pre-Broadway run through July 30th. Levi Holloway, welcome through July 30th. Levi Holloway, welcome to The Culture Show. It's great to have you here. You're coming to us from the Colonial.
I am. Thanks for having me. It's been a heck of a process getting the show up in a very brief amount of time here, but this theater is so beautiful and slightly unnerving all by itself.
And in what ways is it unnerving all by itself?
Well, it's labyrinthine, sort of very strange wallpaper. Sort of I don't know who put it up. Wallpaper. I don't know who put it up, but they knew what they were doing. A lot of hallways that lead nowhere. There's a door on a wall that's raised about 4 feet off the ground. I'd love to open, but I haven't summoned the courage.
Well, all the lore around the Colonials, all the great shows that started there and had success, so maybe you'll finally unearth some of the scariness. Well, tell me about jumping off of Paranormal Activity that people are so familiar with the films, and how you saw this as right material for horror on the stage.
Right. Well, it's a great sandbox to play in. We were given a generously long leash by the IP holders to kind of do what we wanted. There was a lot of faith thrown in our directions, which we've been grateful for. Knowing the team of story makers that were going to be involved had me subscribe to the project right away, led by Felix, who has become one of my dearest friends and collaborators. The film, it's found footage, so innately it's telling the audience that this is real. It's plausible, and it's kind of a masterclass of restraint. So those ingredients were really fun to kind of mess around with. So yeah, it's been fun. It's thrilling, but it's also kind of a joyride.
So as you imagined this, as I explained in the introduction, this isn't trying to recreate the films. You've taken this in an expanded direction.
Yeah, well, you can't really. I guess there's probably several ways that people smarter than me would access the material and do something maybe multimedia on stage. But we thought that maybe wasn't our best foot forward. So we set out to really tell a story about a marriage imperiled by more than literal ghosts, but ghosts that people bring into relationships, which we can all find ourselves in that kind of notion. And then we have this amazing set designer, Fly Davis, who this sets this two-story thing. So in the film, as you watch it, you're kind of become this expert in the frame, and we do the same thing with our audience here, where they become an expert in each room of this kind of dollhouse. And while something might be going on downstairs that feels marital and just our couple arguing about something, your eye might drift elsewhere, and there might be a story told. And in that, giving an audience more information than the characters kind of weaponizes the set and brings them a little closer.
Well, this must be really invigorating, but also I would imagine a little bit challenging to write if you're thinking about all of those elements and all that you're conjuring as you write this script, that it isn't just based on the characters, that there are other things that you're presenting to the audience.
Yeah, well, I agree with that. It was a little daunting at first, but the collaborators I'm with, Chris Fisher, our illusionist, Felix and I very early on, we were walking along the Thames. I would go to London and sort of steep myself in research about Victorian era, London's relationship with ghosts and being in London. We were walking along the Thames and we just started talking about nightmares we had as kids, or like films we love, books we love. And right away, we, instead of setting out to scare a bunch of people, we just sort of set out to scare ourselves by trying to dramatize or make a piece of spectacle of some of these imprinted, uncanny images of nightmares we've had as kids. So we'd say, wouldn't that be cool? How would we do that? Very early on, we discovered it's way too expensive to set someone on fire on stage.
Yeah.
You got to get fire marshals. Actors apparently don't love it.
Yeah.
So anyway, we collected a team of just the most brilliant artists, and we spent about a year developing, stress testing, kicking tires, just laughing mostly, and the script just kind of started to form naturally out of these conversations we'd have, where everyone just kind of opened up their guts and said, "No, this is scary," or "This is honest," and it sort of fell into place in a kind of in a natural way. So, yeah, it was never. I didn't lose years off my life writing it. I wrote it with a speed because it just felt emotionally urgent. I may have lost a few years off my life watching the tech process in fear of what may go wrong.
Yes.
Well,
yeah. It's a good thing you didn't pursue lighting people on fire on stage. Yeah, because that seems a little fraught to me anyway. But what do I know? I'm not a man of the theater necessarily.
Yeah. Well, I make no promises. I'm not saying no one gets lit on fire. I'm not saying that.
Well, to that end, what is the experience? How do you describe the experiences that audiences will have? Because you have presented this at other theaters around the country. It's gotten grave reviews. Grave reviews, I guess, and rave reviews. Freudian slip. You had this in the West End, and of course, as I mentioned, it's going to Broadway. How are people reacting in the theaters night to night?
We've been really fortunate. Sometimes we feel in the process there's that dare you take, and you wonder, like, is this going to work? And we've been really fortunate. The audiences instantly become this community, and they seem to they gain this permission to just be vocal and to grab each other and to scream and to shout out, and it's almost like a movie going crowd sometimes. And early on when we first did it in Leeds, to just sort of see if we could cash that check. And at first we had this kind of allergy to how vocal the audience became. And then we got thrilled, and then we got addicted. So now, as we tighten the screws and we really polish it, and I'm still doing rewrites. Today I have a new line. We're constantly at work, but at this point we are really watching the audience watch the show and learning so much from them. It's a community, and I could diagnose. I would have very uneducated diagnoses as to why, but I'd leave it to people smarter than me.
Well, it's occurred to me, I've seen, of course, a lot of theater throughout my career, but I've seen very little horror. I've seen a little bit. You helped change that a few years ago with your play Grey House. But why is it that we don't experience this in the theater very often?
Well, I think there are a few reasons. I think firstly, when you categorize something into a genre like horror, you don't reduce expectations, but I think you sculpt them a little bit for your audience, and they say, well, that's scary. I don't feel like something scary today. So that feels like a gamble from an investor's point of view. I think that makes a lot of sense. It's not, horror is not a populist genre, it's a personal one. So it's a lot to roll the dice on. Secondly, horror in film uses, obviously it uses a different set of tools. You really control the audience's eye, you're breaking away and stuff like that. But most great horror is durational, where you start to understand tension in the building. There's a music to it, and film's quick cut to manipulate that tension, if that makes sense, like rhythmically. Theater is a little different. So what we like to do is really push the durational, really hang on to it. We hide in plain sight in terms of what our weapons are, and so yeah, there's something about that. There's also the live experience. There's the proximity to the action and how that action may or may not permeate into the audience. There's the darkness. There's so many visceral, sort of lizard-brained things, ancient things in the back of our heads that get lit up, I think, by seeing a live theater. And I think when your actors and your performers are in peril, when you see them experiencing fear, fear is really contagious. There's like 1,000 other things I would say in terms of, I guess, the science of, fear. But that's probably best for another time. I think it's also cathartic. The last thing I'd say about why it seems to be resonating is that there's some catharsis to, it's just a scary time right now. And I think that, I think that dropping it as an audience member, going into the dark and sitting with strangers who are scared by the same things you are is, it's kind of neighborly, and it's actually wholesome, which sounds antithetical to horror show. But
I love the descriptions that I read of people grabbing the hand of their neighbor whom they did not know prior to sitting down at the theater. It's a great community that it seems is conjured in these evenings. I'm speaking with Levi Holloway, the playwright of Paranormal Activity, now at the Emerson Colonial Theatre in a pre-Broadway run through July 30th. Of course, you don't want to give too much away, but I am curious about how far you've been able to take the illusions and effects in this show, because you have, as you mentioned, Felix Barrett as your director. People here know Sleep No More. They remember that we had him on the show not too long ago talking about Viola's Room, which was an incredible experience that I was able to have in New York. Chris Fisher, who devised effects in Harry Potter on stage that many years later, I still can't figure out how he did it or how I saw what I saw. So how do you describe what people are in for?
Well, it's hard to describe without tipping into spoiler territory, but everybody you named, along with Gareth Fry, our sound designer, and Anna Watson, our lighting designer, they're doing so many things where you think you understand what you're seeing, And then you start to doubt what you're seeing. And then I think it tips into something else when you're wondering if you saw it, and you stop wondering how something worked, or if, you will start, I'd say you start wondering if something happened, whether you saw the same thing as somebody else did. And so there's a ripple effect to that. There's something too about a lot of my stage directions are kind of impossible, intentionally so, or they're absurd, so the figuring out all the mechanisms and all the things we do to make those things happen on stage. I think the audience are going to be truly unnerved. We all just want people to lose a little sleep.
Yeah. I mean, you're making me realize I think I have to have a bigger cocktail before going to this show opening night this week. I want to end by asking you about how much this is significant that you're writing this, because I read that you're somebody who's often consumed by dreams and nightmares. Even, you mentioned them from childhood, but even into adulthood.
Yeah, I've always been. I've always had nightmares. There's 1,000 reasons why, and maybe if I sought therapy, I would have less to write about. But I just have a really vivid dreaming life, and I'm very grateful for my wife who puts up with it. But on the other end of it, I'll wake up and I'll try to just understand what I'm trying to tell myself, and I get excited by pulling little narrative threads out of it, and yeah, it's hard. They say, or I say, the quickest way to bore someone is to tell them about your dreams. But for me, I have a kind of addiction to it, and I feel like there's some other me that sleeps, and I wake up and try to understand that person.
Well, Levi Holloway, it's been great fun to speak with you, and thank you again for coming to us from the Colonial Theatre, where I know you're, as you mentioned, still working on the show. That's the joy of launching new things. It's a pleasure to speak with you.
Yeah, pleasure's mine. Thanks for having me.
Levi Holloway is the playwright of Paranormal Activity, now at the Emerson Colonial Theatre, and a pre-Broadway run through July 30th. To learn more, go to the Emerson Colonial Theatre's website. Coming up, the Obama Presidential Center. Boston Architectural College president has just toured the brand new building and campus in Chicago, and Mahesh Daas is back with his take. Masterpiece, monument, mausoleum? We'll find out. That conversation is next on The Culture Show. Stay with us. All right.
For this station's arts and culture programming.
The World Cup's energy is everywhere. The game is global, but this experience is local. GBH News is following how the world's biggest tournament plays out right in front of us.
I'm not going to have space enough for everybody. That's, I tell you.
We've never had a World Cup in our lifetime, so it's good to be here in America. They just do it big, do it big.
Get all the latest at gbhnews.org/World Cup. Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Cambridge Trust, a division of Eastern Bank, offering business and personal wealth management and private banking services, investing more than $240 million in local communities since 1994. More at cambridgetrust.com. And the David M. Rubenstein Americana Collection in support of the JFK Library's exhibit Declaring the Revolution, America's Printed Path to Independence, featuring historic documents that inspired the Declaration of Independence. jfklibrary.org. And M&M Skylights, located in Stoneham, installing and servicing the full range of Velux skylights that can help bring air and more natural light into homes. Skylight consultations can be scheduled at mmskylights.com.
The news and reporting you hear on GBH is made possible by the listeners who trust the GBH newsroom to deliver fact-based news and information every day. Support the journalism you trust. Pitch in online at gbhnews.org.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. It's time for our recurring feature, AI Actual Intelligence, where we tap into the most interesting thinkers in our region. Joining us, as he does every month, is Mahesh Daas, president of Boston Architectural College and the co-author of the graphic novella about artificial intelligence titled I Know Bot. This month, we're focusing on the newly opened Obama Presidential Center in Chicago. It recasts the idea of a presidential library as less of an archive and more as a museum and civic campus, designed not only to preserve a legacy, but also to serve as a gathering place on the city's south side. Mahesh has just toured the center, and he joins us to also talk about how its monumental tower enters Chicago's storied architectural landscape. Mahesh Daas, welcome back. Welcome back after your whirlwind day visiting the Obama Presidential Center.
Thank you, Jared. It's been very special to be able to do that, partly because it is just opened, and so it's in demand, and a lot of people are visiting it. So it was a joy. It was particularly any significant work of architecture, no matter what the critical views are of that, is always a joy. So it was special.
Well, we'll cover a lot of that, including debate and controversy around its aesthetics. But first, let's talk about the mission, because this plays into everything. I think here in this region, we have a pretty good sense of presidential libraries because we have the John F. Kennedy Presidential Library and Museum right here. But this is operating differently, and it's a different philosophy about how to honor a president going forward. How is it different?
Yeah, first, it is not a presidential library. I think there is Obama Presidential Library online, and where it is maintained by NARA, which is the National Archives and Records Administration, but that is fully digital or digitized. So that is different from the Obama Presidential Center. So it's an interesting play off of that, and it is probably the pivotal moment in the history of presidential libraries, because when everything is digital or digitized, what do you need the physical space for? And I think that was a primary question in front of the team there. So the presidential library served structurally, they would house the documents and archives. And they would also have a museum and some of the auditoria and things like that. And then they have the symbolic significance that the presidency of the United States is of such a mammoth significance to the country and the world that all these libraries signified the presidency of each president. And in that sense, there is a symbolic significance. When everything is digital, then what is symbolic? And so that is one part of it. The second part of it is, how do you then program, how do you envision them, reframe the purpose of such a complex? I mean, it's not a library, then what is it? And that, I think, is the ambiguous question in front of both President Ms. Obama as well as the architectural team, Todd Williams and Bilici and Associates, so architects. So they came together and they conducted a competition. This was back in 2016-ish. And at that time, they were selected to do this. So it became a presidential center as a community amenity, but also as a museum. And it is the first one since the library started in 1939 with FDR that this is not maintained by NARA.
So what is the experience you have? We'll get into talking about how the building looks and what you found inside. I'm very curious. I know people who've been already, but nobody who's had the inside perspective that you've had. Yeah. What is the experience then that you have when you arrive? Because it's both the building that everybody's talking about, but it's also a pretty substantial amount of parkland.
Yeah, I think it is significant on all those fronts. First of all, the building announces itself from a great distance because of the tower, which is 225 feet tall. And that's nearly, 20-story tower in a regular sense, but it is only 8 stories because these are double height floors. But 225 feet tower on pretty close to the lake. And so it announces from the highway And as you come near it, it is a beacon, and the architects describe that as a beacon. And it's a very special tower because it is unlike anything else you would see, either in the vicinity or, for that matter, anywhere else. Because it is and that is why people are struck this as a very strange presence. So that is number one. And number two, when you arrive at the site, it is very unusual because a lot of the site is really a beautifully, gorgeously landscaped, park, if you will, and they have the vegetable fruit gardens. They got the spaces for children's play areas. They got a sports center called the home court. There's a wetland area. There are all kinds of these amenities. So a lot of it is actually landscape infrastructure. And then you have the tower and the plaza. And actually there is a library on the site. But it is not the presidential library.
You check out regular books, bestsellers at the library.
Bestsellers at the library. And I think it is actually a very interesting message that at the heart of it is Chicago Public Library branch that is accessible and open to public. And it houses essentially all kinds of amenities for the community. And the whole complex, except the museum, is open to public from morning till evening, late evening. And in that sense, it is a gift back to the community. And it is a very richly landscaped area. That means that it has offered back something. And obviously, there is a controversy about the original landscape by Olmsted and then what happened afterwards.
Well, I didn't realize it. We'll mention this quickly, but Frederick Law Olmsted was one of the designers of this parkland. Also, yes. This is where the World exhibition happened. Do I have it correct? I meant to look at this before the show. That was famously written about by Eric Larson in Devil in the White City. The
1893.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. So the center is located in Jackson Park, which is on the south side. It is right off of University of Chicago. So that can give bearings of where it is. And the area was originally designed for the World's Fair, the so-called Columbian Fair in 1893. So there is a Boston connection. Frederick Law Olmsted was the landscape architect along with Calvert War. And they designed Jackson Park and Washington Park. And one of the buildings built at the time is now the Science Museum, which is just north of that Obama Center. So it's a very significant landscape architectural work, one of the earliest works too. So the whole idea started in 1870s and then got done in 1893 and then continued to be an amenity. Now, I used to live in Chicago, now 30 years ago, but I never got to really visit Jackson Park per se until now. But now I think it is transformed in ways that will draw a lot more people, both from the community and from afar.
I'm speaking with Mahesh Daas, president of Boston Architectural College. We are talking about the Obama Presidential Center in Chicago, which he has just toured. All right, let's talk about the building, the Obama-lith, the mausoleum, the monument. It has all sorts of names already. Right. Speaking of local connections, clad in New Hampshire granite. But this, I was thinking about it without having been inside it, but no windows.
Correct.
No access, no suggestion of transparency, which doesn't sound very Obama-ish.
Yeah. I think that is a very good set of observations. Many people have said this as they describe them as very strange objects, essentially. But they, in describing it, you start with some familiar objects or architectural artifacts like the obelisks or grain elevators, or people have used a variety of ways to wrap their mind around it, to say how can we describe it and absorb that into some familiar schema. It defies all of that because the programming and the purpose are very different, and perhaps I would argue the first of its kind. And that is why it is. So it is a museum. You cannot have direct sunlight. That is the first thing. Second thing is,
for people who don't know, you don't want it to damage the artwork.
You do not want to damage the artwork. That's why you go to any museum, they handle the light very carefully, the daylight aspect of it. And likewise in this one. And it is a tower because you don't want to spread too far in this kind of a parkland area. So they went up. And that provides for a very interesting architectural problem. How do you design something, and particularly the architects we are talking about, Todd Williams and Billy Chien, and Billy Chien is honorary alumna of Boston Architectural College. So we talked about it 4 years ago, before any of this actually surfaced or broke ground above the ground level. So she basically described it as, it's an unusual but also a very unique and exciting and challenging architectural problem because of that. So in that, it is a storytelling. Museum is about storytelling. So you want to tell the story of of President Obama and Mrs. Obama throughout their life, and then as you go up, you essentially tell the story of the presidency and its impact on the world and so on and so forth.
So you wind your way up through the tower.
You wind your way up. So you start at the ground level and then you go floor by floor. But all of that is woven together by a very grand atrium. And the atrium itself is a projection screen. And that's another reason why you cannot have windows into that. It is a very tall, we're talking about 88 feet, almost 90 feet tall, 9-story tall screen, 67 feet wide on 2 walls of this building inside. And on that are specially made 3-dimensional projections of various episodes of Obama's life and presidency and democracy and so on and so forth. So it's a very powerful storytelling, and as you wind up, that is your anchor. So the atrium is not a static atrium in that sense. It is a very dynamic atrium, and you catch bits and pieces of it.
So what I'm hearing you say, I think, is it may appear, now I'm putting words in your mouth to be sure, that it may appear imposing at the outset, but do you have a transformative effect after having been inside it?
Absolutely. I think it is very powerful both by virtue of the architectural space and also the storytelling aspect of literally, the artifacts, the words, and the moving image. All of those tell you the story. So I think both ways it is very powerful. So once you are inside, you are in that world necessarily. And I think in that sense, you can go to even JFK Library in town. It is similar, right? When you go to the museum, it is lightless.
Well, which is the really funny thing. I was thinking about that as well. However, if you're seeing it from other parts of the city, you're struck by the openness because you see the windows. If you see it from the air, you see the windows. However, if you're coming from Dorchester, you only see those big white towers that completely stone towers that seal it off. Yeah. Well, one of the indelible images that keeps getting communicated is words from an Obama speech.
Yes.
That I think it's very interesting that, of course, you see it as you approach the building and you can read it, and I think you captured this in your own photographs too, that you're also behind the words at one point. So you're looking out over Chicago from behind the words.
That's a very powerful experience, and people will have different opinions about it. And I must say it is a wonderful experiment, and it is very effective. In a way, you are using words as architectural elements at a scale that is staggering. So we are talking about nearly 4 stories tall passage of meaning passage as from the Obama's Selma speech. There are words taken, and that passage becomes the words as facade, as a filigree facade on top of the tower. And that also breaks the tower's monolithic nature too. And the words are at the top, so you can read them from a distance. You don't read the entire passage from all but one point of view. So you got to be able to be at a corner so you can read from the left to the right as it wraps around the facade at the top. Right, so that's a unique thing. And so it's very spatial, and you have to experience it. And so in that sense, you don't want to read it. It is an architectural element, right? It brings light in. It frames views from within as you look out. So you'll be looking at the city from inside at the eighth floor level through these letters. So there could be letter O, letter R, letter whatever, and then you're looking through it. And the city is framed through it. It's a very powerful experience, without a doubt, no matter what the passage says and whether it is readable from one view or not, it is an architectural element.
How do you digest,
Yes.
as a man of architecture,
Yeah.
especially at an academic institution where I would imagine there's always much debate, this debate over this site, this building already?
Yeah.
And is it fair to say it's controversial?
No doubt it is controversial. And in fact, if it were not controversial, it would not have been significant. Any significant work of architecture of that scale and magnitude is bound to be controversial on many levels. So in that sense, really, that is the kind of heat that any significant work generates. There's no exception. And, you remember that in my book, Leading with Aesthetics, we talked about MIT and how Frank Gehry's buildings and Stephen Hall's buildings generate the same kind of heat and energize the discourse and activity. And there were books written against them. And I'm pretty sure there will be probably books written against this particular work too. But this is one of the most significant works of architecture of our time, without a doubt. And it will be critiqued, it will be analyzed, and so on and so forth for years, if not decades to come.
Well, to that end, how long does it take for a society, or does it ever really come to a conclusion and come to a consensus? People love the Eiffel Tower now. They didn't when it was erected, and people learned it was going to stay.
Yeah, I think closer to home, the Prudential Tower, Prudential Center is similar in nature. Citgo sign, it's a commercial sign. It is now a cultural artifact. So I think time has a way of, transforming these into cultural objects that are accepted. At the moment, it is very new and, quote, very strange, which is actually an interesting aspect of it. I will describe it as sublime, not necessarily beautiful. Beautiful would be something that is on a table and you are able to say, oh, how cute or how wonderful or how nice. But sublime work is awe-inspiring, and it defies any singular interpretation of it.
What feeling does it give to have, we've discussed how it's a museum, how it has these artifacts. There's a recreation of the Oval Office, major blue chip artists who rose up during the Obama presidency and successive generations are represented there, and a basketball court.
Absolutely, a basketball court. So it has all the elements that Obama and Obama's president are known for. I suppose those are elements there. But it's also a very significant community engagement in those respects. So it is interesting how it transformed, and I have seen during my visit alone how the community is using the grounds, and I think it probably is significantly different than what it was before the Jackson Park, as significant landscape architectural work as it was. I think this helped maybe bring more people to it. So I would say it's very engaging, energizing, and transformative because of the architectural and material presence.
Well, last question for you on this front. You've mentioned this a couple of different times that you think it's one of the most significant buildings now built. How do we begin to see the effect of this building on architecture going forward?
Well, first, I think it is transforming the building typology of Presidential Library or Presidential Center, and it opens up the notion about what is a presidency about, if it is not about physical documents. And I think each opportunity will be its own kind of interpretation. Second is it is not operated by NARA, which means the interpretive notions of how do you interpret the presidency. Now, this one is, of course, run by Obama Foundation, and I had an opportunity to speak with the EVP, John Robertson, about how it is working and his own personal experiences and what it means to the South Side, what it means to... It is actually mind-bogglingly complex and transformative work, space, an institution. So it is an institution, a new kind of institution that we haven't seen before. So we'll be talking about it for a very long time to come, let alone the architectural significance of it, which is that it is, it's granite-clad, solid, heavy building that is here to stay, right? And that is the kind of a solidity, and that's a kind of a material presence, and every detail is so thoughtfully done, as Todd Williams and Billy Sheehan architects do, like the Barnes Foundation building they did, or many other works. They work with the material, light, flow, and experience, touch, all aspects of it. So I think aesthetically, functionally, structurally, symbolically, it is going to be a very enticing and tantalizing building for decades to come.
Well, I cannot wait to get out there. I have friends already reaching out to me. When are we going? When are we going? So I look forward to seeing it for myself as well. Thank you so much for sharing all of your experience and insight with us today. As always, thank you so much.
Thank you, Jared.
Mahesh Daas is president of Boston Architectural College and the co-author of the graphic novella about artificial intelligence titled I, Nobot. He joins us every month, and again, thank you. Coming up, seeing Armenia through a different lens with photographer Winslow Martin. That conversation is next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
Trade. Huge responses from across Europe, from the Danish Prime Minister.
Climate. Picture this all filled with ice.
Security.
Not only do we need to end the war, we also need to prevent the next war.
These are global issues, and to understand them, you need a global perspective. I'm Carolyn Beeler.
And I'm Marco Werman. Join us for The World each and every weekday.
This afternoon at 3 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Morningside Music Bridge, returning to Boston. The summer program shines a spotlight on young classical musicians from around the world, with concerts now through August 7th at New England Conservatory. mmb.international.
Support for GBH comes from you and Sametz Blackstone.
Sametz Blackstone is a brand-focused consultancy for mission-driven organizations who are looking to better navigate change.
Roger Sametz, President and CEO.
Sametz Blackstone looks at GBH sponsorship as a brand buy, one that keeps a sort of steady rhythm going. And we know it works because people thank us. And just like yesterday, the phone rang.
To learn more, visit gbh.org/sponsorship.
The GBH News app is where you want to start your day. It has the news you need. Big stories, curated local coverage, no filler. Download it today on the App Store or Google Play.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. In 1999, photographer Winslow Martin set out to profile a priest for a Boston area newspaper. The assignment introduced him to Father Dajjad Davidian of St. James Armenian Church in Watertown, and the following year, Martin traveled with him to Armenia. Martin arrived roughly a decade after Armenia declared independence from the Soviet Union, following 7 decades as a Soviet republic. What began as one reporting trip became a relationship that has brought him back some 23 times. His black and white photographs take us from city streets to village gatherings to family homes. They chart the rhythm of everyday life alongside the transformation of a newly independent republic. 30 images from those years are featured in the new exhibition My Armenia, 1999 to 2008, now on view through August at Project Save Photograph Archive in Watertown. The exhibition inaugurates its vastly expanded gallery. Joining us to talk about it all are photographer Winslow Martin and Project Save Executive Director Arto Vaun. Welcome to both of you.
Hi, Jared.
Thanks
for
you.
having me.
Appreciate being here.
Well, I'm so eager to talk about these experiences, but Arto, let me start with you. And you have a building now. You have this vastly expanded gallery space, and you're, as I understand, the largest repository for archives of this nature regarding Armenia. Tell me a bit about it.
Sure. So Project Save is in its 52nd year. It was founded in New York City in 1975 by Ruth Tomasian, who is from the Belmont area here. Over time, it's become, as you say, the largest such collection in the world of original photographs from the Armenian global experience. We're at over 150,000 original images, the oldest one dating back to the 1860s. When we moved, when I joined a few years ago, my goal was to expand what we were doing and to build on Ruth's incredible work up to this point and all the folks that helped her up to this point. And we felt that it was high time that we had a public-facing space where we could both exhibit the work, do events, and encourage the further preservation of these stories and these photographs. And what I thought was going to be maybe a 10-year plan turned out in about 3 or 4 years to,
Wow.
this wonderful move to 600 Pleasant Street in Watertown. And then just a few months ago, again, to my great surprise and excitement, we now took over the whole first floor of that building, doubled our space. And that side is a dedicated gallery to contemporary photography. So that really, what was already a unique archive now is even further amplified, where our mission and this incredible archive coexists with contemporary work. And having Winslow there as the inaugural kind of artist to kick that off was something that I felt very strongly about.
And so significant for especially this area in particular, where there is a substantial Armenian population. So Winslow, this sounds like it was life-changing for you to have this one trip that turned, as I mentioned, into 23 trips. What did you begin to see there?
Well, it was definitely life-changing, and it unfolded so organically. It was never exactly a plan to keep returning until a point. But your question's to the point. I think what I saw immediately was some inner fascination with the post-Soviet culture. And I've been introduced to so much more now about politics and art and all sorts of things that enthrall me, but the people were amazing. And for sure, I was maybe more overtly welcomed because I was an outsider, so to speak, but I've learned it is really a part of their culture to welcome so hugely. I had this stage presentation combining music, photographs, and storytelling, and I called it "We Wait for Your Return," a love letter to Armenia, because they have this phrase, "Menk spasum enkses," which literally means we are almost like anxiously, demanding you return. So that welcoming and just the beauty of the people really amazed me. And just quickly, one more thing, the aesthetic freedom of not being on assignment was also very appealing and really freed my photography in a lot of ways.
I understand that. Well, I think so many of us have this notion of what Armenia is and what its people must be in regard to suffering and loss. How did you begin to capture and understand this community in that regard?
Well, just before I answer that part, I think I was strongly captivated by the joy, the exuberance, the love of culture, the generational importance of family, where they would say, "Who's your great-grandfather?" And I say, "I don't know," and they're just blown away. But that, in light of the generational trauma, is incredible. And so I've seen that in so many ways, and more in recent years when I was actually there during war, during ethnic cleansing. As a photographer, you have to be there. So I'm meeting people up front, close and personal, and showing this work to the world is very important to me. And reminding myself of people of not just survival, but the thriving that history has shown is also part of the Armenian spirit, both in the Republic, which is so important, and the diaspora.
Well, Arto, how would you describe the weight of what you have in your collection and the responsibility you have here in Massachusetts to make sure the world understands how it can be acquainted with this very traumatic, but also at times joyous history?
Right. That's such a good question, Jared. For me, what I've come to really appreciate and be proud of with Project Save is that our founder, Ruth, she's done something really incredible, which is that and also I should mention, Ruth is half Armenian. So Ruth's Armenian side goes back to the 1800s, and her non-Armenian side came on the Mayflower. So I think that's an interesting backstory to this, really herself a unique cultural worker in the 60s and 70s in the U.S. But what Ruth did is something very unusual. She picked a medium, and then she connected it to a cultural heritage. In other words, her obsession was photography and championing photography and the stories that photographs tell. And then she connected that to Armenian heritage. Now, why is that important? It's important because now, 52 years later, I'm able to build on that vision where from the very beginning it was about inclusivity. It was rooted, and it will continue to be rooted in Armenian heritage. But it's as if Ruth already knew, maybe because of her personal background, not being 100, but that photographs have a way of telling a universal story. On the one hand, they can be very specific. On the other hand, they can be very universal. So now, it's been very interesting the last number of years. We had the war in Armenia, Artsakh, where there was ethnic cleansing. We have now very old historic Armenian communities in Iran, Jerusalem, Aleppo, Beirut, Baghdad, you name it. And it's as if history's kind of been repeating itself, and these communities now are once again under threat. So we take that very seriously in terms of these photographs being the witnesses of these incredible stories of these people. On the one hand, their own family, personal stories, and on the other hand, what we've been kind of doing a lot more of is, when we put the word out about our work, we always make sure to connect it to the larger picture, that right now we're living in a time, whether it's in the U.S. or elsewhere, there's a lot of polarization and some unfortunate kind of hateful rhetoric about immigrants and so forth. So I personally take it very seriously. I'm very proud of the work that we do, and I think it's more timely than ever.
We are talking about Project Save Photograph Archive in Watertown and the exhibition now on view, My Armenia, 1999 through 2008, featuring the photographs of Winslow Martin. I'm also joined by Arto Vaun, Project Save's executive director. Winslow, your photographs take us through this period where we see life on the street, we see life after violence, we see young people, old people. How would you characterize how you've seen the society change over your time there?
Interesting question, because I just came back a week ago, so I may not be right now focusing on the most important changes. I'm more aware of the trauma, the stress, the underlying conflict and division. And I could go on about that, but I'll just say about that, with my work, a non-Armenian, I hope to bring a little light to that conflict through understanding. Changes, huge economic changes, whatever anybody says, traveling throughout Armenia, this time in particular in 1999 really was, however you visualize, a classic post-Soviet world with a lot of decay, a lot of brokenness, crumbling apartments. In the center of Yerevan, some old, beautiful cultural buildings. Now, everywhere I saw Armenia moving beyond the Soviet world economically. It doesn't mean poverty is still a big problem, but I saw little they call townhouses, almost suburban clusters coming. I saw a city like Spitak modernized. So this is not insignificant stuff. The roads are much better. These types of changes are very noticeable to me and matter a lot. That said, it's still a country of villages, and you feel like you're stepping back in time in a beautiful way and in a difficult way when you're in Armenia.
I wonder what it's like for you, the interactions you've had with Armenians, especially here in this region. Again, this is a very robust population, and as they see your photographs as being reacquainted with their homeland because they are part of this diaspora.
I think the relationship with the homeland, not everybody necessarily uses the word homeland, but the relationship with the homeland is almost like an individual thing. There's like a big-hearted feel about it, but I've just noticed the homeland was part of the Soviet Union. It was a very slice of the diasporan pie, and I don't get the reaction I get in Armenia here to my pictures as much. In Armenia, people say to me, I can't believe you're Armenian and you somehow captured, literally like an insider, the soul.
That you're not Armenian. And
that I'm not, that you somehow captured what we know and forget, the soul of this nation. Here, there's incredible appreciation for my effort. I'm not sure how people react to the photographs in some ways. I leave that to Arto because it's hard for me to judge that. But what I want the pictures to speak to them as is pay attention, go to Armenia, talk to people that know nothing about Armenia, who know nothing about Armenia, talk to them. I'm all about raising awareness. So because I'm not Armenian, I can maybe keep trying to reach beyond the diaspora for them to see what I've experienced.
Arto, are you Armenian?
I am, yeah. I was born in. I'm a first generation. I was born here in Cambridge. So yeah, my mom and dad met here in Southie.
And how do you feel that personal? Do you feel a personal responsibility that this is your life's work and what your own ancestral ties are?
I do. I mean, it's such a. There are many facets to that question. I think what I feel is a great responsibility to this collection that's one of a kind in the world, and that is the life's work of this one person. I mean, she has given her life to this thing, and I think being a former professor, I'm a musician, being in kind of the cultural space in a lot of different capacities. I've been fortunate to meet a lot of amazing kind of cultural workers and producers, and I so that gives me great pride that someone like Ruth, who's now 82, 83, and is still pretty vibrant, and I think has a second wind because of everything that's been going on. But I feel a tremendous responsibility to that. So there's that, and then I do feel a responsibility, my own personal background, as Winslow said, which I think you so insightfully noticed, for Armenians outside of Armenia, it is a very individual. People have their particular relationships. I'm not one of those people that thinks of Armenia as a homeland. Not for any negative reason. I just, this is my homeland, and Armenia is a place I care about very much. But I do what I feel important. What I feel is very important, and I feel committed to, is that these stories it's almost like Project Save itself has become a cultural heritage site.
Mm-hmm.
When you get to the point of over 150,000 original images, and as you guys both mentioned, we're talking about, we have thousands and thousands of photographs before the genocide. So you're talking about a vibrant global community, whether it's Russia, Cuba, Argentina, you name it, China. And so I feel a particular responsibility both to the Armenian heritage component of it, obviously, where you still have a lot of revisionist history, you still have a lot of genocide denial. You now have, in the recent ethnic cleansing in Artsakh, you have tremendous revisionism and denial. But you cannot deny original images. They're kind of the last witnesses.
Yeah.
So I feel strongly about that. And as I said, I feel as an American, I feel an equally deep, profound responsibility because I see what's going on. And I know what my family went through, and I see what other people went through to be in this country. And so these photographs, I think, take a much larger symbolic meaning.
Well, your efforts are extraordinary, and your photographs are extraordinarily evocative. Thank you both for being here today and for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Winslow Martin is the photographer whose work is featured in the exhibition My Armenia 1999 through 2008, now on view through August at Project Save Photograph Archive in Watertown. Arto Vaun is Project Save's executive director. To learn more, visit their website. Thank you for listening to another edition of The Culture Show. Tune in tomorrow or join us live at the Boston Public Library for Pulitzer Prize-winning writer Sebastian Smee, now a staff writer at The Atlantic. He joins us to talk about his recent reporting on President Trump's proposed arch. If you ever miss us here on the radio, check out the Culture Show podcast. I'm Jared Bowen. Have a great day.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
GBH's All Things Considered is coming up this afternoon at 4, with Marketplace at 6:30. But first, get a global view of the news with The World, up next, here on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you and New England Recovery Center, providing